know me. I have to make this quick. They might be monitoring. I did 2 weeks of software consultant at Murkoff's psychiatric systems facility at Mountain Massive, yada yada yada, what we read in the first game. My Waylon Balin boy! Waylon is like my perfect bean. I love him with all my heart. He's perfect. Let me through! Fall damage! Oh. Come on, let me jump. Let me go. There is no fall damage, Nick. Oh, I do have fall damage in this one. Shit. Oh, this is where people will be watching. Let me open the box! Let me open the box! Ah! Let me open the box! I want to open the box! Let me open, please! 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 Why? Why you not let me open box? No, never.
That was a little unfair.
Yeah, I took that. I got railed.
2%!
You fuckers.
It said get fucked.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, controller. Play nice with me, please. Hello everybody and welcome. A quick check to make sure that my
How did you do that?
my microphone is actually playing because I feel like it's not going to for me. But let's check and see.
Amy's a
I'm going
goddess.
to down to the game. Check and see because I still have my desktop audio off and I should be able to hear it. I do need to turn my mic up just a smidge though. It's not cutting in and out right now. I don't know what I've done to fix it, but apparently I fixed it. We'll see when I actually start playing. But, alright. I'm going to close this. Turn this on. I should have actually kept that on just for a few seconds, just because I want to see how loud it is for you guys. This is probably going to get loud for a second. Because of art. It's going to echo. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to turn that up just a smidge. There we go. That might be a bit, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But thank you everybody for joining me today. We are going to play this brand new game called Ballads at Midnight. It is another visual novel. I am actually super excited for this one. I've had it in my library for a hot minute and have just been waiting for a good time to play it. Well, let's jump right into it. Prelude to Dawn. My wrist, stomach is churning and empty. My legs are sore. Swath of hemp fabric, strung taut against my cheeks and tied in a knot behind my head, against the corners of my mouth. A bitterness on my tongue. I idly wonder if it's the taste of regret. 2 armored escorts ride ahead of me. Exchanged hushed words. I make a short, unhappy noise to contribute to the conversation. They ignore me. Are you sure, sir? Really, are you? Shouldn't we stop and make camp before sundown? Younger guardsman is jittery and demanding, with a stooped posture that reminds me of a rat. His round face is marred by pock marks and worry lines. Oh, no need. We're making good time. The other guard, an old and large as a cavern wall, has a deep, crusty voice well suited to his frame. Once I saw him struggling to fit through the door. Pockmarked guard glances towards the horizon line, gritting his teeth. But, sir, enough. We will be rid of her today. Be rid of me? Like being rid of some piss-stained rug? How rude. What did I ever do to warrant such objectification? Feeling vexed, I continue to groan and yowl against the hemp between my teeth. It's inarticulate and far from the most graceful sounds I've ever made, but I made it sound increasingly urgent. Noise and more noise. One of them pulls the rein of his horse, dismounts with a dull, armored clatter, like a rattling dish cabinet. Oh my gosh. It's the younger one. Good. He approaches me, muttering swears as he reaches back to yank the gag from my head. What, convict? What is it now? Oh my gosh, most people buy me a drink before they bring out the gags. So we can be flirty or we can be a bitch. You're all ingrates. You hear me? Low-browed, barbaric boneheads. A whole lot of you. It's the young one. We totally could be flirty. We're gonna be flirty. Most people buy me a drink before they bring out the gags. Stop it. He hisses the words low under his breath, though his ear. That should be though, but it says through. Though his ears glow a traitorous shade of tomato red. Wasn't funny the first time, and it won't be funny the next time. There won't even be a next time at the rate we're going. I can say it again pretty fast, I think. Gods, you really haven't learned your lesson. What is wrong with you? He almost sounds amazed. If my hands were untied, I'd twirl my wrists and do a curtsy. But instead, I sidle up to him, reaching to brush my knuckles near his waistband. What's wrong? I'd wager you know exactly what's wrong. I was under the impression we'd moved past ritualistic sacrifices as a civilization, you see. I thought we were better than all of this. Yet here you knuckleheads are, dragging me through the woods to feed me to a godforsaken vampire. I stomp on a branch when I get close enough. The ensuing crack obscures the sound as I unsheath a dagger from his belt. I palm it under my sleeve in a quick motion, hoping my ruse goes unnoticed. The guard stumbles away from me. He draws his sword to keep me at bay, snarling. You keep away, you heretic! Don't come near me! I raise my bound wrists in front of my chest, widening my eyes to look appropriately frightened. And I still have his dagger. By the time he clambers back onto his horse, his older companion extends his arm and smacks the back of the guardsman's head. Idiot, now we have to listen to her belly aching for the rest of the journey. Younger guard rubs his head, sounding defensive. Causing nothing but trouble. Why not slit her throat and be done with it? Let the wildlife take care of the remains. Ugh. Older guard hit him again. I'd find humor in this slapstick routine if they weren't discussing my imminent demise. Shush, boy. We're carrying Her Majesty's order to the letter. You and I, no shortcut. You know the severity of our laws. Underhanded practices will cost you your damn hands. Pocksmart guard hunches further at his shoulders. His eyes dart around like he wants to argue, but he begrudgingly clamps his mouth shut. I, on the other hand, have dogged panic from making my observations known and am blessed with quick retorts. Or, of course, the fingers, if you're lucky. I noticed your wise old man here is missing a digit or two. I raised my restrained palms, wiggling my fingers. They glowered balefully at me. I've seen an actual battlefield, harlot. Not liking me to your crooked, bar-brawling ilk. Convict, heretic, now harlot? Wow. I roll my eyes and wrinkle my nose at him. I'll bet anything that old man is lying. Illuvia wasn't waging any wars in the past half-century. Furthermore, he boasts to my jailer that he's been assigned to this post for the brunt of his service to the crown. But I know better than to push my luck with him. He's more prone to violence than the other guardsmen. I used to lag behind at the start of our journey, defiant, stubborn. The older one never hesitated to use the rope around my wrist, lurching me right into brambles or sharp stones. Defying him, I learned, meant having scraped palms and knees at best. Our peaceful, carefully slow. Our pace carefully slow. 1 second. Sorry. A repositioning. Our pace carefully slow when we cross the mossy log and a series of thick, tangled roots. For the horse's sake, of course, rather than mine. I work my jaw in silence for a while, keeping a measured distance behind them. I grip on the dagger. My grip on the dagger is unwieldy and clumsy. Oh my goodness, I don't want to yawn already. We're just starting. Alright, aiming it towards my bonds is trickier than I imagined. I flinch as the pointed tip jabs against my inner arm, but shoot the guards a winning smile when they turn to look at me. So, good old cursed forest, eh? Do you want to volunteer? Did you volunteer to escort prisoners through the bladed brush? Or was it, an inherited post? Father's father and such? Pox-marked guard scoffs and mimics my words under his breath. Nothing to fear from these old woods, lass. Not if you're properly armed. Nothing but bears and wolves. People steer clear because they fear what lies in wait beyond. Surely you know that much. The men don't deign to tell me how they were assigned to this role. None of my business, I suppose. An overhead canopy of leaves parts, allowing patches of sunlight to heat my scalp and cheeks. The journey has been long and exhausting, but not altogether difficult. I'd even consider it idyllic from its perpetual backdrop of birdsong and distant running water. Any sense of leisure sinks and coils at the pit of my stomach as I realize the birds have gone silent, and the sound of water has risen to a dull roar. Before us in the murky disk of water, blemished green with algae, miles long, miles wide, and a harrowingly uncertain depth. A jagged, ostentatious estate, protruding from the grounds like a sword through somebody's back, booms across the water's expanse. Not the first decrepit castle I've seen in my life, but perhaps it may be my last. That's where I'll be staying then, huh? Home sweet home. Shit, I barely shorn through a quarter of my restraints. Even if I make a break for it now, they'll run me down on horseback. I tried it before, back when they marched me through the greater plains, nearly trampled me into paste. Lie down, you sorry lass. You may wish to take the time you consider your last words. That's not a bad idea. I could hit you with a real zinger before I go. Old guardsman groans, mumbling a bitter prayer. I barely have time to hide the dagger before he dismounts and shoves me with more force than necessary. He loads me unceremoniously into the ramshackle little boat, leaving the pox-marked guard to deal with me while he tends to the horses. My breath catches when the remaining guard takes a seat opposite to me. His gawky movements nearly makes the boat capsize when we haven't even left the shore. Bolt cuts through the algae like a knife. Over on dry land, the old guardsman takes a heavy seat in the grass as he watches the sun descend. It's a more serene view than he deserves. I take a deep breath and open my mouth to shout. You old bastard. Overgrown. You old bastard. We're doing that one. You old bastard. Young guard bites back a chuckle and clears his throat. I suppose he's freer to find revelry now that we're a safe distance away. As I warily crane my neck around, I observe how the water completely surrounds the estate. Makes this a moat, but there certainly isn't a drawbridge in sight. At its northeast and westward edge, the moat connects to a river, following one side that will likely lead straight to the Rubicon Ocean. It's quite lonely, really, to be surrounded by such a wealth of natural water. Shame I never learned how to swim. I suppose can I persuade you to ferry me over yonder? All the way around the estate? And on the other side of the shore? The guard elects not to reply. He won't even look at me now. Aside from the oars carving through the water, the remaining boat ride is hushed and nerve-wracking. I sit up straight and stock still, trying to keep my weight centered despite the stinging insects nipping at my neck and ankles. Sun turns red as it dips closer to the horizon. It takes half an hour to reach the other side, if not longer. Beyond the lip of water and the cave-carved ledge, with a pit of trenches surrounding the estate's perimeter. That is such pretty art. Guard wastes no time forcing me upright and pushing me off the side. I fall into a roll, barely cushioned by the impact of grassy mud. I aim myself back up with effort, ready to yell the insults boiling at the tip of my tongue. To my surprise, the young guard is still up there, lingering at the edge. Hesitating doesn't make you better than him. While the sun's setting behind the guardsman, his features are cast in an unreadable shadow. His fingers twitch and tap at his sides. He casts an uneasy glance over his shoulder before finally he grumbles and rummages through his overcoat. From there, he pulls out the neck of a familiar instrument and throws it onto the ground with me. I cry out as my lute lands in the mud, nearly falling onto my shoulder as I reach and fail to catch it. You owe me in this life and in your next life, convict. I hope this accursed thing proves you more comfort in your final moments. I glare up at him. Old guy made you nervous, didn't he? All that talk about cutting off hands for being underhanded. Shut up. I knew you were acting jumpy for a reason. I just knew it. You were gonna pawn off my poor little beauty here, but now you don't want to risk getting caught with it. Harlot. He spits at me before he hurries away. I listen for the sound of boats sloshing into the water, then the creak of the oars shortly thereafter. Now, why is it that when people don't know how else to argue with a woman, they must remark on how frequently she has sex? With effort, I dislodge the dagger from the inside of my sleeve. It's still unwieldy, but cutting myself loose is a little easier when I don't need to hide the blade from my captors. I pick up my lute, carefully wiping off the dirt and grime before I check and adjust its strings. I hoist it across my back where it belongs, and thankfully intact, but I'm not sure I can say the same about myself. I know I need to come up with a plan. I need to explore and get familiar with my surroundings, seek out a hiding spot where there is still daylight. But my entire body is aching. I won't get far if I push myself to move now. I check the inside of my clothes for the last of my possessions, kept safe and hidden under the linen. I've never been more grateful to have learned invisible stitching. A handful of coins and my songwriting journal are all I have left. I had hidden a number of small blades on my person, but I was too reckless in my previous escape attempts. I kept getting caught, and they confiscated all of my knives. This guardsman dagger isn't too shabby, at least. I tuck the blade into my belt, careful not to poke myself. I'll be ready to use it when it's dark. The ledge I fell from casts a long shadow. I edge away from it into the remaining light. and concentrate on taking deep, rejuvenating breaths. This creature of the night, I'd heard it could change its very shape. If it pursues me in the form of some animal, I doubt I can outrun it for long. The wisest to save my strength, so I can battle whatever form it takes. After all, I'm determined not to go down easily. Chapter 2 Rhapsodic Introductions. Dusk falls. There's barely a sliver of apricot orange glowing across the horizon, which means my shelter of light dims and shrinks by the minute. I shiver as the evening cold burrows under my clothes, and I sense the vampire just moments before I hear it speak.
Well, another gift from the crown.
Ah! The voice is beautiful. I know that this one is partially voiced, so I'm super excited to not have to read everything. But oh my gosh, that voice. Creature's airy serpentine voice moves around me as it prowls beyond the perimeter of the remaining light, watching me, circling me like a vulture.
What grievous crimes you must have committed to be sent all the way here.
Sorry, getting a quick drink. I love his voice. His voice gets me. I'm like, yes, yes, please. I draw my dagger, pointing it at the source.
Assessing your dinner, beast? Your mother should have taught you not to play with your food.
All right. I hope I wasn't just reading over her voice. Voice lapses into a competitive hum, a contemplative hum. My heart hammers against my ribs as I lose track of the vampire in the silence. I twist around, catching sight of its eyes reflecting in moonlight right when it lunges. Vampire snatches me by the wrist. The skin of its dark, clawed hand bubbles under the waning sunlight before it wrenches me into the shadows. My dagger clatters to the ground.
Talkative. I usually like it when they're talkative.
He's so
Your
pretty!
Insolent nature. No doubt you've ended up here by disrespecting some local authority.
Yeah, I could see that. The vampire hoists my arm above our heads, positioning us face to face as he regards me. I scrutinize him in turn. He bears similarities to a human man, but I steal a glance upwards, observing his already healed hand with dismay.
Smell of chain rust, fresh soil, dried blood, and incense.
Yeah, I'm a big hit with nuns and orphans.
What am I doing? This isn't the time for banter. I struggle in his grasp. He steps forward and we remain blanketed under the gloom of darkness. There's a small clatter underfoot as he drives his boot under my dagger, kicks it upright, and then snatches the blade out of the air in a fluid motion. He twirls the dagger between his long fingers, appraising it.
Unusual. Few of my guests manage to smuggle a means to escape their bonds. If I had to wager, you must be a talented cutpurse, which wouldn't be the worst offense, all things considered.
Stop manhandling me!
With a free, open palm, I smack him hard across the face and yank my captive hand free. He flinches at the blow, looking more astonished than anything. I don't stay long enough to watch how he reacts next. I run. My lungs are heavy in my chest and my body is screaming at me to catch my breath, but I can't stop now. There's nothing I can use in the courtyard. My only choice is to head into the estate and hope to find a means of escape. There's gotta be a ladder or something I can use to scale that damn ledge. Then I just need to find something buoyant, like a wood panel or a door, something. I run down dizzying, identical hallways. Down several cavernous rooms displaying dining chairs and overturned saloon end tables in my wake. There's nothing I can use to escape, nothing I can narrow down in my panic. All the while, the vampire following me with follows me with an even stride. He is so flippin' pretty. He rubs his cheek with narrowed eyes.
Slow down. This is terribly tedious.
No.
He hasn't changed his shape, but I know how quickly he can pounce if I let him near. I can't let him get close. I topple a nearby cabinet, sending it careening into the floor beneath us. The vampire makes a small, offended noise amid the sound of crashing glass. Before he can react further, I seize a standing vase and hold it aloft, ready to throw.
Stop. Stop it. Calm down.
I pivot my grasp on the lip of the vase, bending my arm menacingly. Water and flowers slosh onto the floor.
You dare to tell me to calm down? Really?
I like her voice. There's an audible muffled sound when the vampire steeples his hand in front of his nose.
I despise the chase. Look at this blasted mess. Do you realize no one else lives here? After you're gone, who do you think has to clean up the remains of your rampage?
I'm sorry. Are you criticizing the way I'm fighting for my life?
You must understand, mortal. Despite what the good people of Illuvia will have you believe, I have no bestial compulsion to take your life, alright? Though I'll admit you have sorely tempted me with the prospect of your demise, there is a civilized alternative worth considering.
Okay. A civilized alternative to become a withered, bloodless corpse decorating his hallway? I keep the vase aloft, halfway between willful rebellion and uncertain curiosity.
That is all I ask. First of all, this here.
He dangles the dagger from between two fingers, as if it was dirty sock he found in my chambers.
Show of good faith, I will return to you this nasty little thing.
It's gotta be a silver dagger.
In exchange, you will not stab me with it.
I love him.
Its blade is neither sharp nor long enough to kill me, but it will deeply annoy me. If I am deeply annoyed, I will be forced to rescind my good faith and tear you to shreds. Understood?
I furrow my brows, but I nod. It makes sense. If I actually want to incapacitate him, I would need a longer weapon. I've yet to hear any myths where vampires are notoriously weak to standard cavalry daggers.
Good girl. Here.
Why does everybody say good girl? Like every game of these visual novels, I had somebody say good girl. He tosses the dagger over to me. It slides along the floor until I stop it with the heel of my boot. I don't bend to pick it up.
Our next matter at hand is the barter. I've been known to spare and set my prisoners free in exchange for knowledge or for an item of substantial value.
Okay.
Fortunately for you, I noticed the loot strapped to your back while you were racing through my abode.
Okay. Oh no. I pivot my torso away, trying in vain to hide the instrument from sight.
Oh, now, don't be selfish. Give it to me and you will have your freedom. Your life will be yours again. Keep away from Illuvia and lay low for several years, and the crown will be none the wiser.
Okay.
What?
That is such an offended. What? I've cared for it since I was a little girl. How could I possibly give it up now?
Can't give it to you. No. I nearly lost it once already.
Nothing is stopping you from purchasing a new one once you have your freedom. Certainly you'll have to save up for a while. I recognize the value of an average instrument, let alone how much an artisan lute must cost now after centuries of inflation. However, you will have plenty of chances to...
No. No. I said I won't give it to you.
Why not?
I love him. Why is he angry at me? Hypocrite. I raise my voice to match his tone. I can't help it. I get competitive.
You imply me to be insensitive on the grounds of trampling through your home, but what about you? Demanding my only means of providing for myself.
Your only means? Nonsense. You're able-bodied, young, far from hideous. Once you have your freedom, I'm quite certain you'll figure something out.
Your venerable age must have impaired your hearing then,
Heh.
vampire. Because I'm not sure you quite caught it when I repeatedly said no. I am not giving it to you.
Look at his little fangs! I love it.
Fine. Then you're not leaving.
He flings his hand skyward, turning and stalking towards the nearest window.
Pray you'll have fun rotting in here for the remainder of your brief and miserable existence, mortal. At which point you and I might have something in common.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. He erupts into a vicious flurry of black mist. Once the smoke clears, I see the flapping outline of a bat soaring out the window and into the night. I groan between gritted teeth, jostling the stupid vase that I'm still holding over my head. Tempted to smash it. I set it down and begin gathering the displaced flowers with a dejected sigh. Blooms are vibrantly fresh and fragrant, but they're going to wilt without water. Gods, I just got into a screaming match with a vampire and upset him so much that he had to, I don't know, go take an angry nap? I'm still alive. I should really count this as a win, but I don't know, my chest is tight with apprehension. I wasn't supposed to annoy him. He said he'd rip me to shreds if I annoyed him. Damn it. Damn it. God damn it. What have I done? I should have offered to barter with something else. I doubt he'd be interested in a few coins I had, but I can't bear to part with my music. Hello, hello, Avi. Welcome. Thank you for lurking. I'm just playing through a lot of random free indie games and just enjoying myself this week. But I'm having fun with this game so far. They have, it's a semi-voiced game. So some of the things I'll be reading, some of the things the characters will be reading, and the vampire has such a good voice. But he did mention an option to trade knowledge. Even if he had centuries to experience the world around us, surely there's an obscure nugget of wisdom that I can impart. After all, I'd like to think that everyone I met teaches me something new. I'll have some leverage if I can figure out what he already knows. And if I can't, then I need to find something else to protect myself. The dagger would be of little use aside from cutting ropes. Also, the artwork in this has been gorgeous so far. Chapter 3, The Stray Dog Serenade. I don't know how long this is. It seems like it's a few hours long from what I've seen from reviews, but I've never watched it before, so I'm like, I'm hoping it's at least a few hours long. Night seems never-ending as I creep through the estate. The vampire hasn't shown himself since our earlier squabble, though his absence does little to assuage my nerves. As any prey animal knows, the deadliest predator is the one that you don't see coming. Exhaustion weighs against my eyes, but adrenaline keeps me on edge, pulsing through my veins like a heavy drum. The slightest shift of wind-blown curtains make me jump. I keep expecting those moonlit eyes to be watching when I turn, but the shadows are always barren, devoid of vampires. Does he truly mean to sulk for the remainder of the night? I suppose I should count my blessings while I can. As I explore, I notice how each successive chamber is spotless and immaculately tidy, aside from the furniture I disturbed, which I take the time to straighten. I uncover an abundance of books crowding the shelves and various surfaces. They contain an array of technical topics, including geography, astronomy, invocation, and mathematics. They're all dog-eared and full of notes. Don't tell me he's read every book in the estate. Can't panic yet. I can still narrow this down. Assuming he takes the time to clean his most frequent spaces, I ought to pay attention to what is and isn't covered in dust. Yet even locating a single cobweb presents a unique challenge. I set a book down, running my hand across the marble exterior in an engraved fireplace. Even this is pristine, unmarred by old ash and licking flames. The nearby fire iron, at least, is an encouraging sight. I pick it up and give it a gentle swing, testing its weight and wincing when my arms throb in protest. Ugh. I'll have to remind myself to use my non dominant hand. The fire iron has a dull tip that's unlikely to pierce skin, but a decisive strike should send anyone reeling, even an immortal creature of the night. Of course, pissing him off by whacking him in the head is the last resort. I'm more interested in jabbing the fire iron into a ledge outside and using it as a handhold to climb my way up. The idea may sound absurd, but it could work, and I won't know until I try. Although, even if I was successful to scale the ledge, I'd still have to defeat the moat somehow. My gaze wanders across the chamber. If somebody is wealthy enough to build a castle, they'd usually enjoy surrounding themselves with larger than life portraits. One would think that I'd found a big enough painting to pry off the wall and ride it across the moat by now, but the decor is tragically modest. As I move to lower my arms, a golden glint reflects off the dark metal of the fire iron. Pivot my shoulder with cautious hope. There, thin rays of dawnlight gleam through the drawn curtains. My body practically moves on its own. I march to the window and wrench the curtains open. Morning daylight fills the chamber. I've never been happier to see the sun peeking out over the mountains like an old friend. Though the memory of curtains shift, a small beige shape moves with it across the floor. A rat? I hate rats. I've always been scared of them. When I hop away from the shape, I observe how it doesn't continue to move. I bend to inspect it using the fire iron for support. Oh my goodness. It's just a furled piece of parchment, brown and frail with age. Yet it's an unusual sight considering how free of dirt and clutter the rest of the room is. Oh, would you look at that? He finally missed a spot. I suppose the vampire doesn't enjoy cleaning under the curtain, lest the sun sneaks up on him unaware. I turn the paper over, noting the smudge of charcoal rubbing off on my thumb. Part of a larger drawing. Maybe even one of those enormous portraits I'm sorely missing. I'm sure it's worthless, but no harm holding on to it. Perhaps the vampire will appreciate my helping and tidying up. I try and fail to hold back a yawn that makes my entire body shudder. The bloom of sunlight fixed in the sky, though refreshing to see, also serves as a reminder of how much time has passed and of how little sleep I've gotten. There won't be a better time to get some rest. I look about the chamber one final time. To be so surrounded by various furnishing is a mystifying sort of torture. Despite how all of those nights of sleeping on the ground have left me yearning for the comfort of cushion, I knew I couldn't sleep here. Vampire needs only to close the curtains to accost me in my sleep. Back outside I go. The days are long this time of year. I'll have plenty of time to try and climb the ledge when I wake. I grab a decorative pillow from the sofa. It's not much, but it will make my cobblestone bed a little bit more bearable. I retrace my steps through the estate and practically collapse into a first ring of sunlight I find. I wake from a dreamless, restless slumber. Into the cold evening, sitting up with a jolt, I scan the sky with mounting dismay. Sundown again already? How could I have slept so long? The clenching ache in my bones and blossoming bruises on my skin reveal the answer to my unspoken question. My stamina is spent. I won't be able to run the way I did yesterday. Oh no, damn it! Feels like the very shadows are reaching for me, streaking across the ground like long claws. And speaking of claws, from the shade nearby, the vampire looks down at me with a flat displeasure. My fingers curl instinctively around the fire iron. Oh, you're still here. On the ground, no less. Where else would I be? Why, I figured you would have climbed onto the roof, run some mental calculus determining what the best angle of approach, and then leapt onto the moat to swim to freedom. A beat passes as I stare at him. Yeah, that would be very practical, but anyone who tries it would surely splatter against the rocky ledge below. Perhaps, and even if they make it to the waters, you would have discovered the alligators in the moat. Alligators? Really? No. Oh, what the hell? I think I liked you more when you were menacing me about what crimes I'd committed. Oh, she dislikes a taste of her own medicine. Shocking. He folds his arms behind his back as he paces around me. I'm very aware that he could grab and drag me into the shadows if he so desires, but he chooses not to. You never did tell me what you did to get sent here. Yeah, you're right. I didn't. We stare at each other now, sharing an ugly pause. But I do apologize for my behavior last night, and for making a mess. Truly. He looks as though he's expecting a punchline. Yeah, truly. I don't know what it's like to own an estate, but I'm sure it's dreadful having someone run through it. Indeed. Will you tell me what you're planning to do with my fire iron? What, this old thing? I could lie to him, but I see little point in it. While I've developed a skill for enthralling my audience with tall tales, it's not as if I could trick them into believing my stories are real. Unless they're children, of course, and the pacing vampire hasn't seemed terribly childlike thus far. In any case, I'm not a good liar. When one is not good liar, honesty is by far the better policy. If you leap at me, I would have tried to swing it at you. But I also thought I could use it as a handhold to get over the ledge. I could not begrudge you for your cautious against me. But using a fire iron as a handhold, really? The ledge is made of solid stone. What? It's old, isn't it? Surely the stone is weathered down over the years. Well, certainly is not. Well, you would begrudge me for trying everything at my disposal. I might, but if you've ruined my fire iron in the process. You need not try such inventive tactics if you agree to barter with me. Right, yeah, about that. I'll have you know I'm extremely well-traveled. How informed are you about recent history and new discoveries throughout the world? What makes you think I'm interested in such things? Well, you mentioned you were open to trading knowledge. I remember it like it was just yesterday. Every 2 years, I receive a new guest at my estate. Each guest has some capacity to tell me news of the outside world. I've had previously offered their freedom in exchange, but hearing news of the outside world loses its appeals when one is not welcomed to participate in it. But some men and women have nothing else to give. Surely you would not deprive this opportunity from a future guest, when you have more to offer than this. My loot feels heavy against my back. What else can I offer that amounts to the price of my freedom? Please, I can't give it to you. He scoffs at me. Just when I thought you were seeing sin. But I may yet be amenable, as you have been to me. Last night I hadn't fully understood that you play music as your primary profession. Not at first. My recent slew of guests have been cutthroats and highwaymen. I forget that I've also housed scientists and artists. I presume you must be good at your craft. As such, you need your loot more than I do. The sudden and unexpected empathy leaves me speechless. He takes my silence as permission to continue. I ought to also admit it has been a very long time since somebody has told me no. It irritated me to hear, but it is within your right to say. Forgive me for making it seem otherwise. As if our cordial conversation hasn't been astonishing enough, the vampire inclines his head towards me. You're forgiven, but wouldn't everyone have fought you to the bitter end? I imagine there must have been several no's sprinkled in there. He chuckles wearily. When properly bound and restrained, one's capacity to fight to the bitter end is quite limited. I expect this lends itself to make my guests more amiable for negotiations, and to give me anything I should desire. Oh, he really wasn't expecting me to break free of my bonds. But enough of this matter. I propose we approach this from a new angle. What do you want, mortal? If freedom is no strong appeal for you, perhaps you'd be more interested in power, more immortality. I don't miss the saccharine. Yeah, the saccharine way that he says that last word. No, I'm fairly sure I do want freedom. I can't imagine what price I'd have to pay for the other two. My stomach growls. But I could do with some food. Food. Even if I get out of here, the nearest village is miles away. I won't get far on an empty stomach. You would ask a vampire to feed you. Marvelous modest start to our negotiative relationship. Your empty stomach shall be filled. I should have a surplus blood lying around here somewhere. LOL. I'm joking. I'm not so old that I would forget what mortals eat. Come with me. Right. He begins to lead the way. I struggle to my feet, but have enough difficulty steadying myself that he pauses and turns to observe me. I end up using the fire iron to help me maintain my balance like a metal walking stick. You look pitiful. I wish the voice actor said that because that would be gorgeous. I'm sure. My apologies for not being the picture of grace after a 9-day hike with the slave-driving guardsmen. Now, where exactly do you plan on taking me? The vampire is kind enough to slow his pace and walk with me in parallel tandem, though he stays in the shadows and I in the waning light. You are astoundingly paranoid. I'm taking you somewhere that I can feed you like we agreed. You mean to feed on me, don't you? No. He says it with such disgust that I gape at him, taken aback. Oh, don't even begin to act offended. Have you looked at yourself? Filthy, dragged through prison cells in mud. Your taste will certainly be foul. I beg back a retort about how I'm supposed to taste. More importantly, you're really not going to kill and eat me? Ever? Covered in muck as you are, I have no desire to touch you. You doubt me? I don't know. It sounds like you'll attack me at any moment I'm clean. And I can't get a read on you. Maybe it's your fetish to lure your victims into a false sense of security. How easily you remark on strangers' fetishes. I've had my suspicions that you were a traveler, but I'm certain now that you could not have been raised in Ilivia. Ah, yes, beautiful Ilivia, kingdom of the ungrateful prudes. They don't appreciate me here at all. I'm quite certain they did not. You may have a seat and wait here, though I can't guarantee the chairs won't bite. Very funny. He smirks a little at that, though he turns as if to hide it. The kitchen is nearby. I won't be long. I caught a glimpse of his kitchen during my exploration last night. I noticed it was stocked well with well-loved pans and utensils, but I never imagined that it meant that he used them with any frequency. I expect you'll stay put, woefully wounded as you are. If you wander off and I can't find you, I'll have to deposit your meal into the moat. Very well. I'll tame my adventurous spirit for the time being. Wouldn't want your imaginary alligators to feed in my place. You're catching on. Good girl. True to his word, the vampire returns in short order. He sets a tray loaded with roasted roots and grilled perch before me. A simple enough meal, but one that the most beautiful sight that I've seen in recent memory. It's not a plate of blood. It is not. Shall I switch it out for you? No, I'll be quiet. I reach for a fork and slice into the fish, excited to savor my first meal in days. I take the first bite and... it's awful. Some of the prison slop tasted better than this burnt, oversalted tragedy. Even stranger, I taste hints of cinnamon, garlic, and coffee? At this point, I have no idea what I'm eating, but I'm too hungry to stop. Oh, I must have outdone myself. Don't forget to breathe. Mortals need air in their lungs, I hear. It is delicious, isn't it? My fork pauses against my lips. Oh! I'm gonna be honest, because I feel like he'll figure out if I'm not honest to him. I want to be honest with him. We're gonna be honest. Gods, it's really not. This is one of the worst cooked fish I've had in my life, but it tastes better than starvation. Vampire regards me with unreadable expression. His next words are slow as they are measured. Oh my gosh, I've served more than 100 guests in my lifetime. Not a single one of them has described it as, I quote, better than starvation. Without constructive criticism, how will you improve? Surely you will not begrudge me for being honest. The vampire watches me finish my next bite, eyes narrowed. No matter. I care not what you think of my cooking. His lower lips is unmistakably jutting into a small pout, but I don't get to see it for long. Now that I've given you a meal, you will now give me something I want in return. Why do you keep insisting on these inane little trades? He shrugs his shoulder with a touch of derision. It's in my nature. Nothing ventured and nothing gained. No service without a cost. Fine vampire, can I interest you in a song? He arches a brow and says nothing, but I can tell I've piqued his interest. I've seen your books, all technicality, no whimsy. Must have been some time since you last heard a compelling story. I shift my lute into my arms and strum it once for intrigue. Tempting little preview. Very well, bard. A song in exchange for a meal. I lower my gaze to my lute, heaving a sigh I didn't know I was holding. Good. I just have to play a single song. It's a simple request, one that I've fulfilled thousands of times over several dozen taverns, but the thrill of anticipation is making my fingers jittery. Just yesterday, I was grimly certain that I would never perform again. Now I'm performing for the vampire who's supposed to tear me to shreds. I trace a fingernail over a single string. Then I pluck on each string sequentially, testing and tuning in turn. Then I begin to play. The vampire who until now had a perpetually proclivity was for pacing, slows and pauses mid-step to watch me, with his hands folded on a writing table. My voice turns into the best weapon I've ever wielded, stronger and sharper than any knife or fire iron. Notes tickle from my lungs, rush through my throat, and pour from my lips into song that floods the room with a tale most forlorn. Ballad I've chosen starts melancholic. It follows a young man as life takes and takes and takes from him. His father is the first to be taken, life cut short by the plague, his betrothed the next, abandoning him for a wealthier man. When he's brutally mugged and left for dead, he feels as though his last remnants of peace have been torn to shreds. He finds himself alone, left behind, forgotten. His mind is swallowed whole by rage and grief and self-loathing, till one day he decides to take his turn. It's his turn to take. He takes a torch to the stables of his former betrothed. He takes a noblewoman's heart with false oaths and pretty words. He takes the world by storm, molding it like wet sand and fulfilling his every desire. When I finished the song, I offered the vampire a small bow. Throughout my entire performance, his gaze clung to me like a thorn, never once wavering from my body. What a wretched protagonist. You don't like it? It's one of my most requested tavern songs. Ah, how baffling to hear that human men find inspiration in an egocentric finale. There's a version of this song with a female protagonist. It's not always requested by men. Ah, another unexpected revelation. Although I find the song's message disagreeable, I will concede that you sung it well. Oh, thank you. We lapse into brief silence, not quite looking at each other. To my surprise, he's the one who speaks next. This estate. I often forget what it's like to have more than the sound of my own thoughts, and of cicadas crying in the night. With nothing to interrupt the passage of immortality, silence can be maddening. How much do you earn at the taverns of yours? How many songs did it take for you to afford an instrument of that quality? How many songs? Never thought of it that way. It doesn't really work like that. I look at my lute, running my fingers over the surface. It was given to me, which means I never actually had to pay for it, but I don't need to share that with him. Sometimes I compose original songs on commission, which is more time-consuming but affords me more gold. As for crowd work, a classic in well-stocked bars on a good night would net me several dozen coppers and a handful of golds, which I suppose it amounts to 100 songs or so, if I combined the two. Of course, saving up for an artisan instrument would take even longer. Yes. 100 songs, you say? 100 songs over 100 nights. I will ensure you have food, hygiene, and eventual safe passage from the estate. Hygiene? But if I'm clean, you'll want to suck my blood. Then you can be clean in the day and dirty yourself up in the night if it pleases you. Do what you will. His words hang in the air between us like a haze. Despite the numerous opportunities he's had to hunt me, he hasn't laid a hand on me all night. If my safety really is guaranteed, it's a tempting deal to take. Besides, it's not like I have many other options. Just some songs and you'll let me go? You wouldn't try to steal my loot while I sleep? You take me for a common thief? How dare you? Such an appalling accusation when I can clearly see that I still have all my fingers. Vampire raises his hand for me to see. The familiarity of the gesture is uncanny. Seems to me that a powerful vampire like you can recover from serious wounds in an instant. You could have once been amputated at the elbow for all we know. And speaking of vampires, I seem to recall a legend that suggests your kind can't cross running water. Which means you can't leave the estate either, can you? I'm curious to know what the crime you committed to be sent here. Enough. I await your song tomorrow. He stands to leave. Good night, sweet prince. Don't let the bedbugs bite. You realize I'm not going to sleep. I just no longer wish to be in your company. Well, then I hope the bedbugs do bite you. Keep speaking that way, and there will be more biting than you bargained for, mortal. Clamp my mouth shut. He strides to the nearest window and bats away again. Like before, he erupts into mist and takes off into the night in the shape of a bat. But this time, he's left me with the half-finished plate of unsauced fish. Harmonic conversations. I don't know how many chapters are in this, but they're pretty quick. Do what you will, the vampire said. I was reluctant to believe it when he gave me free roam of the estate, but he has since made no move to impede me. I was allowed to wander wherever I pleased. I discovered little of note, just more books and the continued absence of dust. Nothing more suspicious than an errant scrap of paper from my first night. Despite my best efforts to distrust him, the vampire only appears to feed me some disgusting fish and claim his song. He stays long enough to make a weary comment sometimes and small talk other times, but in physical proximity, he gives me a wide breath. Song, poof, song, poof. He's polite enough, I suppose, and utterly uninterested in causing me harm. That was enough to move me from the cobblestone bed to a cushioned one. The days soon blend together like the colors of a sunset. Other than my fading bruises and brief performances, there's little to mark the passage of time. The monotony of our routine stings my feelings of weariness and restless puzzling. Questions swarm my mind like locusts, and my aimless wandering doesn't yield any fruit to feed them. I like to sate my burning curiosity by interviewing my vampire, but I'm not sure how to approach him when he vanishes after my song's final notes. Besides, I still have enough reason to sleep with the fire iron wedged under the door handle. Every so often, I am startled awake by blood-curdling screams. I venture out from my room more than once, fire iron in one hand and my dagger in the other. I tracked the noise up the many flights of stairs, worried that I'd stumbled upon the vampire feasting on an unlucky traveler who washed up the river. Then I would stand in front at the foot of his coffin for a time, waiting to hear signs of a struggle, waiting to see pools of blood ooze across the floor. But I'm always met with an eerie, unmoving silence. I wonder if he's having nightmares. I went back to sleep with my bed pushed up against the door each time, determined to keep out whoever or whatever was making these horrible sounds. Although I'm sure I would have to run into them by now for if anybody else was living in the estate, but one can never be too careful. Still as harrowing as those noises have been, sleeping in an actual bed is incredible. Starting to feel pampered. Food still leaves much to be desired. But I have pillows, blankets, and the softest pelt carpets on the floor. Creepy estate is indubitably better than camping with stinky, surly guardsmen and sleeping on the ground. It's a hassle to shove my bed to and fro from the door, but I think it's a small price to pay. Brisk, invigorating air fills my lungs as I step into the courtyard. Shivers scuttles across my spine as I settle into a dewy grass. I position my songwriting journal in my lap, having recently freed it from my clothes with some careful incisions. I always get lost in thought when I turn its pages. The act of deciding on a song makes my heart swell with calm contentment. After choosing one of my older pieces, a spirited melody that I wrote when I was younger, I wrap my lute over my shoulder and begin to practice. My performances occurred in crowded areas before I came here. I had to compete with the clamor of moving people, from pass-byers to ruckus drunks. Here in the grass, I find myself not needing to fight for coin or attention. I can focus on my music and nature itself in my ensemble. I sing softly, timing my rhythm with the stiffening trees and the gurgles of the moat. I like to imagine my notes, quiet though they are, carrying far into the forest, reverberating down the mountains. Performing without an audience? My pulse quickens, startled by the sudden voice. My fingers slip and the next strum is discordantly off-key. I squint skywards, trying to make out shapes in the darkness. Reclining against a brick parapet overhead, Vampire stares down at me with his usual flat expression. I slam my journal shut and hide it behind my back. You! Did you mean to sneak up on me? You'll have to try harder than that if you want to catch me off guard. In an soundless motion, the vampire drops to the ground like a falling feather. He saunters towards me, eyes glimmering like diamonds in the dark. I can assure you that if I were to try harder at such a thing, you would not wish to be the recipient of my attention. And I'll have you know that I was here first. Ah, then I suppose I've disturbed you. I don't mind. His reply was faster and more decisive than I anticipated. My heart hammers harder against my ribs. What is this, fear? Am I really afraid of the speedy retort? Ridiculous. In a vain attempt to hide weakness, I hover my hand over my chest. No, I suppose you wouldn't mind a free ballad. Oh my god. Shouldn't you be hibernating in the rafters this time of night? I don't normally perform for another hour or two. Not tonight. He gestures to the night sky. Moon above us looks swollen, rounder and larger than I remember ever seeing it. Even so, is a mere full moon really so impressive? I part my lips to express my thoughts when a warm shadow inches across the moon's surface, spreading from its left side to the right, cocooning around like a caterpillar. Soon the moon is as red as the sunset, a glowing rosy marble anchored in the night sky. A blood moon? A total lunar eclipse is the technical term, though you may call it what you'd like. It only occurs 3 times a year. People in Illuvia insist that the blood moon is a bad omen, and seeing one during my travels was a foreboding sight. Yet the vampire watches the moon with such earnest intensity, I fear his admiration for it is contagious. It's beautiful. What does it mean for you? Are you more powerful while it lasts? Vampire barks out a small, surprised laugh, and his eyes cut away from the stargazing to glance at me. No, not at all. I simply... He folds his arms behind his back. I enjoy the view. A parapet is the best spot to observe the heavenly bodies in the sky. The ground is a close second. Vampire tilts his head, watching me with an expression I've never seen him wear before. Confused guilt. What? What is it? My hands twitch, ready to seize the dagger at my belt. I've been referring to you as the bard and mortal all this time, but I don't believe I've ever asked for your name. Ah, I rest my hand over my lute, relaxing somewhat. You're right. We've yelled at each other in the hall and have never introduced ourselves. You can call me... Aw, fuck yeah. Avalon. Yes. Suits you. I got an achievement. Does it? He smiles at me enigmatically. Lucius. Fuck yeah. Great name. You can call me Lucius. Lucius. His name weighs on my tongue like stone. I've never imagined myself learning it. With how often he alludes to his immortality, it slipped my mind that he must have been a human man once. Humbling thought. Moreover, this is the longest amount of time we've spent. Oh my goodness, pardon me. Oh. The longest time we've spent without the distraction of music or bartering. He's even feeling affable enough to learn my name. I should try asking him my questions. I may not get a better chance than this. Lucius, if I ask you some questions, will you insist on making it a barter? The vampire doesn't respond for a while. It depends on the question. Well, I suppose that's fair. How about this? You don't have to answer a question if you don't want to. And then I can move on to the next one, and we'll talk for as long as you're willing to entertain me. Now I'm the one entertaining you. And at the generous cost of nothing. What an amusing turn of events. I'm surprised you're eager to talk to me. I believe you said something about the maddening silence of eternity. I've begun to understand what you mean. See, ask your questions in Avalon. I will not ask for you to trade your possessions, but I may like to quell my own curiosity in exchange. He agreed. I wet my lips in anticipation. Sometimes this noise sounds like screaming. That doesn't sound much like a question. I'll rephrase. What? The source of the noise will not hurt you. Now it's your turn to answer my question. The haste with which Lucius changes the topic is unexpected, but not altogether unwelcomed. He did sate my curiosity to a degree. Tell me something. As a bard, what do you know of the stars? Give me 1 second. I'm repositioning again. Alright. A simple question that leads to a comprehensive answer. Well played, vampire. I observed the pinpricks of light around us, winking in and out of the mauve cover of dark. I don't remember the last time I'd relaxed enough to admire them. Before my arrival here, looking at the stars meant I wasn't looking over my shoulder. I needed to watch my own back to keep myself safe and alive. Though I sang of beauty and adventure, it seemed pointless to actually indulge in such a thing. I was far more focused on where I would lay my head or earn my next coin. How strange to be able to indulge in stargazing now with a vampire standing nearby. I traced different patterns in the sky, moving with practiced ease between each dot. Horned serpent always points north. Even if its body shifts, its tail will tell you where you've been and where you must go. Ah yes, the horned serpent. Anything else? Harder to navigate using the others, but I know a few stories. Box-shaped cluster is the treasure trove of the goddess Melandro. Supposedly it contains every possession humans have lost throughout their lives, and I draw my fingers between 7 brightest stars in the sky. That's the first king's crown. Stories say he bequeathed it to the heavens, an offering to the gods to keep his bloodline on the throne. It's actually funny. Illuvia hasn't had a king in centuries, and it most certainly isn't his bloodline anymore. The gods played a nasty trick on him, Lucius chuckled. It's such a low and abrupt sound that I lost my train of thought. They have indeed. Avalon, I may yet know a story that you do not know. Shall I share it with you? I arch my eyebrows at that. Who says I don't know the story? You're being unfair, vampire, making me play guessing games. Lucius. Lucius, right. Well, you're being unfair, Lucius. Then tell me this, Avalon. Do you know the story of when the stars first appeared? There's a story behind that? Aside from the idea that each one is placed in the sky by the gods, I suppose I don't know that one after all. I knew it. Oh, don't gloat. Are you going to share the story with me or not? He lets out another low chuckle before he dines and continues. Well, I suppose no one knows for certain how the stars were created, but one of my guests shared with me a tale from his homeland. Unlike the self-serving stories Illuvia dictates to its children, his kingdom believes that humans were not always a fixture of our realms. He believed that once, a very long time ago, the world exists in endless night. Quiet, pitch-black quilt of eternity, unbroken by castle spires and bonfire smoke. When humans began to roam the earth, they would hold their newborns up and see the divine darkness. Stars above them dotted the skies, and the peacefully lonely world were believed to befriend these infants and provide protection. The stars were there when we first arrived, and they will exist long after we are gone. That is what he believed. Thus, watching the night sky is what we are closest to glimpse of what it is like at the beginning of the world and what it will be at the end. Gods, did your guest earn his freedom with that story? I would have given it to him, yes. His cryptic phrasing gives me pause, and Lucius falls quiet. His gaze remains transfixed on the sky. Meanwhile, I'm having trouble tearing my eyes from him, from the melodic air that he wears like a heavy cloak. I don't know how I ever could have missed it before, because I think this sadness has always been there. The more time spent here, the harder it becomes to see him as the monster Illuvia had led me to believe he was. Perhaps that's what makes him dangerous, or perhaps... I shiver again, rubbing my arms as a breeze whisks through my hair and clothes. Lucius turns promptly away from the sky and clicking his tongue at me. If you are cold, head inside. It will be challenging to play a lute with icicles for fingers. No, I'd like to stay out here a little longer. Monsters aren't supposed to watch the sky and tell you stories about where the stars came from. Monsters aren't supposed to spare your life and cook disgusting fish for you. The wrongness of my perception of him is eating away at me. I need to ask him my next question. Were you human once, Lucius? How? It doesn't take him long to pick up where I trailed off. How did I turn into this? No, He holds up his hand to stop me. He doesn't bother to... He was not bothered by the exact phrasing of the question. I was human once, Avalon, and in many ways I still am. You're well aware of the standard method of vampire infection, I'm sure. Excuse me. Okay. Be bitten by one, mix their blood with your own, and then there's usually some manner of death or near-death experience. But then, voila, you're a ravenous immortal of the night. But I suspect you're also aware that I was not created in the same way as others have been. I'm quite alive rather than undead, and I have no sire or coven to compel my allegiance. I was not aware of that, but from his subtext I gathered that the blood-curdling screams aren't coming from another vampire. That's good to know. Additionally, as I hoped you've noticed, I have not lost my morality to bloodlust. It was your most likable trait during our wayward first meeting. Good. He catches himself as if he didn't mean to agree with me, but he shakes it off. Just as humans have notable differences, not all vampires are the same. But the people of Illuvia are keenly familiar with the ferocity of vampires' spawn, who routinely raid their homes and eat their children. I do not blame Illuvians for believing the worst of me by proxy, though I do find an occasional amusement as the things they say. Tell me, Avalon, what tales are the good people spinning about me these days? Or better yet, have you any theories of your own? Theories of my own? I don't think so. I've heard bits and pieces of vampire lore, but I've never felt the need to speculate. I've never even seen a vampire before I met Lucius. There's all sort of legends about you, but some were more akin to tall tales of people rather than you as a sort of ominous presence or natural disaster. As for how you were created, as you say, one of the guardsmen who captured me, he believed you stole from the gods. Did I? I'm impressed with myself, and how did I manage such a feat? They said you broke into a church's wine cellar and drank your fill. As punishment, the gods cursed you with a voracious appetite for blood of your own people. I've said before that I am not a thief, but overindulging in wine does sound like something I do. I'd always had a fondness for reds. Any other thoughts? Ooh! You're what happens when a man— No. You've dealt with demons. Oh yes, demons, affable creatures, I hear. Very keen on bartering the very moment you meet them. Unlike someone I know. And strangely like somebody else we both know, it's well known that demons offer immortality in exchange for a steep price. I wonder at what you traded, Lucius. If you truly did deal with the demons. He smirks at me and elects not to respond. You tricked me into another guessing game, you know. Are you going to tell me the truth, or will you keep goading me to recite absurd theories? His white fangs gleam when he smiles, reflecting against the starlight. Why? If I revealed all my secrets now, I feared there would be no riveting banter left to pass the time. We wish to stay the hand of maddening silence as long as we can, do we not? Fine, we do. Maybe I can ask you about simpler things. I retrieve a small charcoal scrap I'd found on my first night of exploring, holding it up for him to see. I found this under some curtains. What can you tell me about it? Is that... Lucius moves towards me and halts mid-step. His hands linger in the air between us as if the scrap is a loaf of bread and he hasn't had a meal in weeks. The intensity of his reaction compels me to stand and return. After a moment of hesitation, I gently set it in his palm. Lucius practically cradles the scrap, his fingers passing reverently over the smudged charcoal. I just thought that I'd been helpful by tidying up a spot you missed. I was gonna tease you about it, but you actually recognize it. Ooh. His demeanor is completely changed, almost to an unrecognizable degree. His stooped shoulders don't resemble a rigid, dry-humored vampire I'd come to know. And then, again, I'd taken the time to know him until tonight. He breathed out with shuddering difficulty, as if his lips had gone dry, but slowly he begins to speak again. I ripped it to shreds one night. So angry back then. The night I arrived? No, this was a very long time ago. There was a portrait of someone I once knew. I shake my head when he stares at the hand and hands the scrap back to me. You don't need to give it back, Lucius. It was yours to begin with. Unless you ripped the drawing because you hate the person depicted? Do you not want it anymore? Lucius avoids my eye. though he tucks the scrap carefully into his pocket. A pointed question. Humans really do prefer black and white thinking, don't they? Oops. A pointed question. Humans really prefer black and white thinking, don't they? He's referring to me by my mortality again, rather than my name. Complicated then, sore subject? Yes. His snappy tone makes me flinch, but I hold my ground and refuse to let it show. He's got his fangies out. Because how can hatred persist in a vacuum of eternity? Once anger has finished ransacking what remains of your soul, all that's left is exhaustion. Lucius narrows his eyes at me. How would you know such a thing? I give him an innocent little shrug. I'm not ready to change the topic to myself because I find myself genuinely wanting to know more about him. Lucius regards me a while longer, tapping his fingers against his collarbone before he relents with a sigh. There's no reason to keep this secret from you. The portrait depicts a reigning monarch who exiled me here over 300 years ago. Her Majesty Hildegard Edgehaven. Oh. I'd suspected we'd both been punished by members of the royal family, but to have it confirmed, my mind races a bit and I bite my lip. I don't want to upset him any further with a poorly timed question. Carry on asking whatever you'd like, Avalon, within reason. I will indulge your curiosity. My question bursts from me like water from a long-suffering dam. How did you come upon such a portrait? I hear it's illegal to depict the faces of a royal family in common artwork. Just having one in your possession, it's an open act of rebellion, isn't it? His lips lift into one side, taking a smug edge. I'm well aware. What further punishment do you think the current coven can bestow upon me if they find out? Crown can bestow upon me if they find out. Perhaps they'll banish me to a different estate. Or perhaps they'll stop sending me guests, hoping in vain that I'll dry up like the prune from lack of blood and attention. To answer your question, I described her face to an artist from memory. You've seen her. You knew her from before. What did you do to Queen Hildred? Did you break into her wine cellar? Or, yes, were you her former lover? She exiled you when you caught you in the bed with another. Disgusting, no. We were never involved. Besides, I prefer to take one partner at a time. Juggling two seems taxing at best. But based on that, your logic on what you said when you met me, you must have committed a crime so deeply grievous, utterly heinous to have been sent here, am I wrong? It's been a long time since I last felt like I was sitting in a confessional booth. I don't miss the glimpse of a glint of amusement that dances across his otherwise unflappable features. One of you. I did ask you first, as you said, and all this time I've been dying to know what unforgivable crimes you committed. This is the Ballad at Midnight, or Ballads of Midnight. This is another free one. I do highly recommend. It's partially voiced, so I don't have to read every line, but there's certain sections that aren't voiced. The one on the left is a girl. She's a bard. She's the one singing songs to save her life. It's basically like 1,000 Nights, for where she has to give him like 100 songs, and then she'll win her freedom. And the pineapple. Yeah. And then Boo's on the bed if you can spot him. But Boo's on the bed behind the PJs. What are you doing? What you doing? But the vampire's hot. He's the one in green. He's hot. His name is Lucius. It's good though. He's so fucking pretty. Mm-hmm. Hi, Toby. Yup. Ryan woke up Toby. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Ryan woke up Toby and now he's being a menace. Yeah. But now he's being a menace and he's like, Mother, attention please. Alright. Oh, I've made a vampire feel like he's dying. Quite a feat on my part. I sneeze. You really must get indoors. Come, I'll walk with you. You'll not be beset by distant screams while I am at your side. What are you doing? Alright, let's get indoors. Hi, Toby. Yeah. How about a hint then? Toby has now crammed himself beside me. Hint about... What, you're still thinking about it? You are insatiable. It's one of my most charming personality traits. Come on, let's trade hints about why we're here. What crimes we've committed. Will you go first? I will go first. He seems satisfied with that, though he also decides to occupy his hands with a cleaning cloth. I watch him clean every surface he touches like a whirlwind of sanitation. He tends to settle into one of the various lounge chairs during our nightly performances, but without the backdrop of any new music. I notice he seldom likes to hold still. Well, I'm waiting on your hint. I hadn't come up with a hint yet. Toby has decided to squeeze his butt in between my leg and the side of the chair. Or the back of the chair, technically. So he's just curled up in the teeny tiny spot that he doesn't fit in. He's drooling so happy. And he's sitting right here next to me on the chair. He's just like, I'm gonna squeeze myself in here and mess with your microphone. So if it's cutting in and out, it's because he's messing with it and bumping against it. Because he's a menace. I glanced down at my lute and songwriting journal, trying to remember what it was like when I first held them in my hands. I remember how jealous the other girls were when our overseas peers chose to train me as an entertainer. It was a coveted position, and I was so proud. I remember the cushed disillusionment when I realized they would never allow me to play or to speak freely, the strict, inflexible lessons where they rapped my knuckles with a cane for simple, slightest mistakes. Remember how I swore that one day I'd say and do whatever the hell I wanted? Damn the consequences. You already know that I've dogged penchant of speaking my mind, Luce. I grew up in a stifled home where this attitude was deeply discouraged. Once— Ow! Toby just scratched all the way down my back. Once I broke free of them, I didn't want to hold myself back. I was drawn to everything I couldn't do while I was growing up. I wanted to see the world, and I did. There are times I've been relentless, unreasonable, and careless, all in the name of acting freely. Gotten me into trouble more than once. Being sent here is the latest in a long line of consequences I've brought upon myself. I see. You grew up among people who wanted to break your spirit and punished you when you did not bend. Stifled home you describe sounds a lot like an Illuvian one. You'd have much in common with the children here. More than you know. I bit the inside of my cheek, taking a moment to weigh my options. As far as I can tell, he's being honest with me. Should I not be honest with him in turn? Lucius, I'm from here. I'm from Illuvia. What? So you do know all the Illuvian beliefs and customs, yet the way you act and carry yourself is in spite of them. Huh. It seems we're both rather insolent, you and I, though they should have given you credit for turning out as entertaining as you did. I don't act this way to spite them, not intentionally. I ran away at a young age and haven't returned in years. I suppose I've shed what little Illuvian manner I had. But if you left to see the world, why in the heaven did you come back? Do you now owe me a hint? A hint. He echoes me, folding his arms in front of his chest. He finally ceased cleaning, or perhaps ran out of things to clean, and has settled into his usual velvet shiz. A hint about what I did to end up here. Lucius aims his face at the ceiling, as if he could see the stars through it if he stared hard enough. I don't think I did anything wrong, Avalon. Don't. After I made myself vulnerable, told him where I was from, and detailed the shortcomings of my personality, the nerve! What do you mean? You don't think you did anything wrong. How does that qualify as a hint? That doesn't... I falter as I notice that Lucius isn't arguing with me or even looking my way. Will you play me the song you were practicing outside, Avalon? I fear we do not have all the time in the world, and I will be forced to return to my coffin before long. Worst. You say it as if you can't sleep in a bed with the curtains drawn shut. I would if I could. I dearly miss sleeping in a bed. Wait, you actually can't sleep in a bed? Why not? Questions, questions. Despite his griping, Lucius doesn't leave me in suspense. Vampires are prone to compulsion. Universally, they cannot enter one's home without an invitation, and they cannot set foot across running water. I hear some vampires are even compelled to count spilled seeds in grain or to count the holes in a fishing net. I have an additional compulsion. Courtesy of Her Majesty Hildegard Edgehaven. When she had me exiled, she also used sorcery to bind me to a coffin. I cannot stay far away from it unless my insides twist upon themselves, strangling me from within. The first night I resisted the coffin's call and slept in a separate chamber, I woke up vomiting blood. Naturally, this is far from ideal, and I need to retain all the blood I have. You asked me if I had hated the subject of this portrait. While it's true that my anger has faded into exhaustion, I do still find her abominable. She knew how I despised great spaces. God, Lucius, that's terrible. Terrible enough for us to move on to your nightly performance. Yes, of course, forgive me. I clear my throat, brushing my fingers over the neck. What are you doing now? Is that where you'd like me to bite you? I yank my hand away from my neck, as if I touched a hot pan. Lucius! I jest. If I bit you there, you would die from blood loss. Oh, I would bite you if you asked me. Are you certain that you're not interested in eternal life? You keep talking like a man who no longer wants to hear a song. Lucius raises his hand in surrender, though I catch a sight of his shoulders still quaking in amusement. Alright. Rhythm and Rain. Very curious as to how chapters. I'm just looking really quick because I am very curious. Does it me the total of chapters? Okay, so it's about 2 to 3 hours, but I want to see chapters. It's very cute and I'm really enjoying it, but I want to know. Chapters it does. All I want to know is how many chapters. That tells me how to do all of that. Alright, nobody talks about how many chapters there are. Okay, we're just gonna leave it as is. Alright. Heavens are generous with rain this year. Within a fortnight of my stay, black clouds have begun blotting over the moon. A few days later, we were neck deep in alluvia rainfall season. At first, I was nervous that the moat would overflow and flood the estate, but the weather was wickedly fickle. Rain frequently stopped and began anew like a broken music box. Nonetheless, the ground outsides were perpetually muddy. I spent a lot of times indoors. I was reluctant to soil the only boots I owned, and Lucius gave me hell whenever I left dirty footprints in the hall. Tonight a thick fog hangs like a curtain outside. The windows shake and rattle, straining against the storms. Because I'm disinclined to set foot in violently dreary weather, I decided that this is an optimal opportunity to write some new songs. I was surprised to find a number of brushes and parchment and writing quills stowed away in the cabinet, and even more surprised to find an inkwell that hadn't dried out. I recall how the vampire told me he had housed an artist once, and I tried to picture whether said artist would have single-handedly smuggled all of these materials. He must have been much sneakier than me, or had a lot more pockets. If I were him, I would have prioritized smuggling in some food and weapons instead of art supplies. But I should be grateful to him in any case. I made myself a bowl of soup, boiled turnips and mushrooms, so I could write without being interrupted by hunger. Lucius's disgusting fish can only tide me over for so long. While I never had much interest in cooking and often survived on trail rations in the past, I do know how to feed myself in a pinch. Although my soup is only palatable due to some dried herbs I'd scrounged from a near empty pantry, there may be some unforeseen perks in living in the vampire's castle, but gourmet meals are certainly not one of them. Thankfully, I'd never had much interest in the finer things. While my soup cools, I start a small fire to keep myself warm. On the whole, my impromptu little workspace is comfortable. I've always wanted a writing nook, and this may be the closest I'll ever have to getting one. Unfortunately, I tapped the nib of my quill against the writing desk, glaring at the blank, loose-leaf piece of parchment. Call me a perfectionist, but I refuse to transcribe a song into my journal until I'm certain it's amazing. Besides, I've found it's more freeing to write when I don't care for the paper I'm using. Scratch out the words before my quill completes the arc of the E. I have everything I need to write, don't I? But now that I'm sitting down to do it, my head feels as foggy as the weather outside. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself. Let's try this again. There once was an old farmer who, the weight of each word feels hackneyed and rotten, like old apples. I feel this like I'm choking on them. Flip the parchment over, feeling miserable with contempt. Stupid blank page. Before long, I found myself leafing backwards through my journal. It doesn't contain much of my original work, honestly. To survive as a traveling bard, I had to memorize and rewrite songs that were already popular, already known. Original works I quickly learned, not often well received, as in an unruly tavern. I've been booed, had tomatoes thrown at me, and have even gotten into brawls because somebody wanted to hear a song I didn't know how to play. So I had to learn, I had to adapt, I had to make it work. And at times, I'd even stolen promising lyrics from my peers and rivals. I hated doing it, but I did it anyways. And all for what? Freedom, coin, glory. Gods, with so much time to think, I couldn't help but wonder if the life I'd led had been one worth it. Vampires were right about the maddening silence. Must have been well past midnight. Lucius should be here any minute now. I realized then that, while thoughts of his arrival used to fill me with dread, I've recently looked forward to seeing him. We've been surprising each other with how easily the conversations came, how willing we were to talk. I often find myself trying to stay awake. Oh my gosh. To finish a thought, only to be shooed to bed at the moment he catches me yawning. Good. I'm just gonna do a save it in a lot, just so that I do have it. Good. As much as it pains me, I can't get the hang of night cycles. I've tried because being in his company is far more preferable than being stuck on my own. Leaves me cherishing the few hours that we've gotten together each night. Without even realizing it, I had flipped through every page in my songs. My hands paused over the inside cover of my journal. I gazed absent-mindedly at the strange runic symbols on the first page, some sort of bejeweled pendant encircled by knots, half-wreath of thorns, which was somehow resisting fading no matter how often I've touched it over the years. Oh, excuse me. Brushing over the bold red ink, I wondered if I'd imagined a faintly sharp prickle across the pad of my fingers. Below the symbol, written in a hurried, clumsily scrawled, are the words, "Keep safe, O." I felt at ease from such a simple words. Looking at them now, it only tightens the knot in the pit of my gut. Maybe this is a sign that I just need to move on to bigger and better things, that I've been too rooted in the past. Shut the journal. My chair squeaks against the floor as I stand up, resting my palms on either side of the blasted book. I could toss it into a fireplace if I wanted to. Here and now, I could break the final chains linking me to the past. Keep safe. Those were her instructions to me. Try as I might, I can't defy them. I gather the journal into my arms, cradling it against my chest. For a moment, I can still feel that blossom of warmth from the words. Keep safe. I'm gonna go find Lucius. This silence truly is maddening. I gather my things, striding out into the hall, only to collide, unwittingly, with the vampire lurking outside. He catches me by the forearm, taking a step back to keep us balanced, although my journal and supplies tumble to the floor. Lucius? Avalon. Lucius releases me, once he's sure I'm steady, and immediately bends to pick up the mess. No, don't! I seize the journal and hold it away from him. He eyes me with some measure of confusion, but shrugs and picks up the loose parchment instead. I see you found some old supplies. Glad they're getting some use. I really thought the ink would have dried up by now. What have you written so far? There once was an old man in a farm. Snatch the document from him. I won't have you making fun of my first drafts. What are you doing here? I didn't wish to disturb you. You looked like you were trying to focus. In vain, perhaps, but there wasn't too much to disturb. But you were trying to be considerate, so thank you. Lucius nods, dismissive but polite. He doesn't like to acknowledge gratitude. For you to rush out of the chamber like a bat from a cave. Why? Rushing to seek inspiration elsewhere? No. Gods, I can't admit that I just wanted to talk to him until I forgot my grievances. Isn't it time for our nightly ballad? He watches me through narrowed eyes, but favors me with a small smile. Oh, you need not hurry for such a thing. If you wish to write tonight, you may write. Come. What? Wait! Lucius pulls me back into the chamber, coaxing me to be seated once again at the writing desk. I scowl at him, drawing my knees to my chest. Lucius, you don't. Heels off the furniture. Scowl at him harder, but lower my legs to flatten my heels to the floor. I wanted to write, but I couldn't think of anything. You also never finished your song. It's gone cold. Your soup. It's gone cold. Yeah, you haven't finished your song either, but he looks pointedly at my bowl. You're a terribly slow eater, aren't you? I may yet expire before you finish it. Not a slow eater. I'm a distracted eater. Why do you want my soup? Here. I push it towards him. He gently pushes it back. No, thank you. My taste buds aren't quite what they used to be, and a mortal's meal may be a mouthful of dust. Well, that explains your cooking. Lucius arches a brow at me. Forgive me, that was uncalled for. Have I done something to annoy you? No, not at all. It's just... I chew at my lip. I don't think I want to write anymore. And I don't want any more of this soup. I was presumptuous then. I wouldn't go that far. Look, can we just talk for a while? That's what I wanted. He extended his arm, gesturing for me to take the opposite seat to him. I relocate gratefully away from the writing desk, plumped onto the cushioned bench. Give me 1 second. You have something on your mind? Yes. No. Yes, but I don't want to talk about it. I understand. What would you like to discuss instead? Lucius leans forward with his elbows propped to his knees. With the candid way he's staring at me, I almost feel like I can tell him anything. But I'd rather not talk about myself, not yet. What do you eat? I mean, you sustain yourself with blood, but if you only get a guest every couple of years, even then, sometimes you let them go or don't feed on them at all. I can make do with animal blood, fish mostly, unless the moat is rich with them. Oh, that really explains his cooking. Another thing I've been wondering is, you can't cross the water. How do you get the fish? By using tools like any civilized mammal. So, a fishing rod. You fish? Sometimes I use a net, sometimes I use a spear, and some a rope. I have a very strong throwing arm. Against my better judgment, I observe his shoulders and upper arms, searching for any hints of bulging muscles under the sleeves. If Lucius notices me doing this, he keeps it to himself. For that matter, I'm surprised you haven't asked how I intend to ensure your freedom when I myself cannot cross the water. Because I haven't thought about what I'll do when I leave. The thought feels like an anchor in my chest. I keep getting invitations for Pokemon raids, and I'm not online, and I'm just like, please? I want! So badly. So badly. Okay. Gotta reposition again. On a side note, though, I was doing some cleaning today, and I was very happy with it. It's not completely clean yet, but I am in the works, and it is getting there slowly. So probably tomorrow I'll do some more cleaning, and maybe then I'll have a more functioning room. I'm super excited for that. But yes. And then I'll actually have my chair facing the correct direction. And maybe I'll be more comfortable in my chair. We'll see. Though I do sit very awkwardly in any of my chairs, so who knows? Who knows, honestly. Alright, yep. I presumed you'd tell me when it was time. Of course, I can also tell you early. I will simply throw you across the moat like a javelin. Oh no! You wouldn't. practically cackles as I recoil from him. I wouldn't. There's another way. I will show you and do. Oh, then good. We lapse into a hollow silence as my mind wanders back to my troubles, until the vampire starts making a tutting sound at me. He studies my face with intent, and I realize too late that my pleasantly neutral facade had at some point fallen to a frown. We're in low spirits today. The weather bringing you down? How else can I help? I suppose I could try telling you a joke, but I only know the one. And no, I shouldn't. I will refrain. It's quite filthy. That piqued my interest. I don't mind dirty jokes. I've spent a lot of time in taverns, you know. I'm almost certain I've heard them all. No, Avalon, you don't understand. It's not meant for polite company. Shh, we don't need to be polite company all of the time. We can be a little impolite. It's not a little impolite. It's unforgivably dirty. Please, Lucius. Very well. Can't say I didn't warn you. Not too late to change your mind. Lucius, you're killing me. You want me to beg? I don't think I can go on without hearing it. He laughs in a low rumble in his chest. It still makes me wait several seconds before he finally delivers his dirty joke. A white horse falls in waist-deep mud. That's the dirtiest joke you know? What? Wait a minute. He tricked me. He played me for a fool. Oh, I should be so furious with him, but indignant laughter's already bubbling from my lips. What? How dare you? Not even funny. You're the worst. My laughter ripples into a snort, and I know it's futile to try to contain it. Lucius smiles at me all the while, incorrigible, satisfied. God, I hate this vampire. I had a similar reaction when I first heard the joke. It pleases me to do it justice. You burst out laughing. I don't remember my exact reaction. It was a long time ago. Well, you remember who taught you that joke? Well, my guest, Gillian. Lucius's face softens, and my laughter stops like a clogged drain. That sadness again. He didn't try to barter with that joke, did he? Gods, can you imagine? No, this was before I began bartering with people in darker time. Were your dark times lifted with a joke about a white horse? Lucius smiles at me wearily. Would you like me to tell you about him? I surprised at myself when the words spill from my mouth. Not if it troubles you. I mean, if you wish to tell me, I will listen. Lucius hesitates, tapping on his collarbone until he musters the initiative to speak. When I was exiled to the estate 300 years ago, there truly was no escape. I frequently fought with the desperate men and women who were sent there. They feared me even when I showed them kindness, reason, made a point to attack me when I least expected it. Mind stiffens. Frightened, desperate outlook sounds grimly similar to my own, back when I first arrived. You had no choice but to defend yourself. You did try other methods in hope of coexisting, of earning their trust, but yes, they tend to turn on me regardless. It often resulted in a fight to the death, their death on my hands. I never resisted untying them. Felt a certain kinship for them, I suppose, before it was inevitably dashed. It was never difficult to overpower them. They were humans. I was an immortal being. I was becoming more powerful with age. Until one day, when I was careless, I had subdued an intruder and left her at the brink of death. Unbeknownst to me, conditions were ripe for her to turn. As a vampire spawn, she was vicious, Her anger overpowered any compulsion I had over her, and she managed to run me through in the same moment I ripped out her throat. Lucius's hand hovers over his chest, where the wound must have been. I was alive, but I was pinned down, paralyzed in place. I was lucky to have fallen into a shadow near my coffin. Vampire Spawn was not so lucky. She was well and truly dead, and so she began to decompose, though those claws remained embedded in my chest as a parting. I was perpetually awake, but I could not move. I laid there for nearly 2 years. I'm so sorry. You ran into a lot of strife when you were becoming old as I have. Yes, but it must have been harrowing. Mostly I was just bored. He's being aloof, but his hand is massaging his chest right above his heart. I assume he doesn't want to show weakness. Gillian was the one who found me there. He gave me a wide berth at first, approaching only to use the vampire's spawn to cut his bonds before jumping away. Comically, really, but by then I was practically a husk. I could sense him, but I could not move and could not speak. I would sense him coming and going each day, wandering the estate much like you'd been doing. After some time, he returned to my side and tugged the claws out of my chest. He what? I knew the story must have been leading there, but it was still a bit of a shock. Why on earth would somebody release a petrified vampire? I want to say he's incredibly stupid, because that honestly is what it seems. But he must have been incredibly kind. I suppose he felt some kinship to you. You're both trapped. He certainly was kind. Much too, I think. Lucius chuckled gently, quietly. He was the one who drew that portrait, the scrap you found. We burnt wood together to make charcoal, and he made all kinds of artwork during his stay. I destroyed much of the work when I lost him. I regret allowing my emotions to get in the way of reason. It just wasn't fair. The way he convinced me to have compassion. The way his gentle nature allowed us to get a motley little group. It wasn't fair the way this little group of guests I had, they were the ones who figured out a way to escape this blasted estate. I encouraged Gillian to go with them, but he wanted to stay behind. He wanted to stay with me. Which meant, of course, that my next guest was a cruel one. I awoke to the intruder rifling through my things, while Gillian bled out in the courtyard. Death is a fate that all mortals share. I know it all too well, but it shouldn't have been his time. As I let the story sink in, my next words were quietly careful. You kill his murderer? Ruthlessly, but it gave me no satisfaction. Lucius heaved a heavy, shuddering breath. Julian was still gone. I was alone again. I had no one else to blame. Aww. You were in love with him, weren't you? You become more direct each passing day, Avalon. Yes, I loved him. I'm no stranger to the company of men and anyone between, and neither was he. Though many years have passed, I still remember him fondly. He was a good man. It was some time after that was when I began bartering with my guests. Immediately offering them freedom made them cagey. They suspected me of foul play, of being up to something. It was as if they needed to pay a price for their freedom. It helped them feel at ease and control. Helps them make a sense of. Lucius gestured to himself. I remember the scuffle we had when I first arrived, the way he disarmed me but otherwise kept his distance. The way he prowled around and said those menacing things. You had to play the part people expected of you. It is exhausting, but they fear me more if I don't. And of course, bartering does not come from a place of pure altruism. It gives me something to look forward to, alleviates my apprehension what the next guest will have in store. When one finds himself acting as the Queen's personal executioner, the odds are high that some of the people she sends will be dangerous. Though occasionally I will receive someone kind enough to offer a listening ear. A Gillian, like you. I blinked and bewildered. Gillian was kind, but he was a notoriously bad listener. He would have interrupted me 10 times just then, really about some absurd tangent about how he thought snails were efforts and... What I mean to say is thank you for listening to my sad old tale about lost love. I'd never told it to anyone before. Can I ask you one more question? Of course, anything. Something about that last word made my stomach flutter. No, I must be hungry. I grabbed my deserted bowl and sipped the cold soup. If Gillian was such a good man, what did he do to get sent here? What was his crime? Lucius outright grins at this question. He edges closer to me as if he wishes to rope me into the conspiracy. Supposedly, he painted an unflattering portrait of a nobleman's daughter. What, that's it? Yes, and Gillian couldn't help it. He was both an architect and prestigious painter, lauded his accuracy and attention to detail. To willingly make a girl more beautiful than she was, well, would have been a lie, and it would have tarnished his good name. The daughter's betrothed took one look at the portrait and cancelled their arrangement, leaving the nobleman high and dry with an unwed daughter. The nobleman needed someone to take the fall and convince the crown to send Gillian here. But it wasn't the Gillian's fault that the man had an ugly daughter. I clasp my hand over my mouth. My giggles are punctuated only by the sounds of the cackling fire. I hadn't anticipated that Lucius would make me laugh more than once, let alone show such vulnerability tonight. And it's so odd. It sounds like the artist was punished for revealing the truth, even though it wasn't entirely his intention to do so. In a way, I suppose I swivel my lute into my lap and gaze down at it. It's awash in glowing firelight. I think I'm ready to tell you what I did, Lucius. He straightens immediately at attention. Really? Yes. Kept me waiting for so long. I didn't expect... Hold on a moment. I need a drink. Shall I fetch you a glass as well? I think it will be nice to keep my throat from getting dry, right? Yes. What do you have on the menu? Wine. You have wine? Since when? I mean, sure, if you don't mind sharing. Lucius shoots me a mysterious, winning grin before he stalks off into the halls. Where does he hide these things? Every so often, Lucius will present me with some new object or tool from God knows where. Just earlier this week, he fetched me a ladder to climb the ledge when I complained about running out of bathing water. Once I climbed up, he made me promise not to attempt a perilous journey of swimming across the moat, and then handed me a bucket and told me to take all the water I needed. I could swear I've walked through every hall and peeked in every room. Not once have I ever seen any ladders or buckets until he materialized them into existence. Maybe he knows creation spells. Conjuration magic? A vampire who knows magic. That'll be the day. Lucius returns as I muse over the idea, presenting me with promised glass. Deep red wine sloshes gently within, glistening like black opal in the room's low light. I would have brought you the entire barrel, but wine is hard to come by around these parts. Better be frugal with it. You can carry an entire barrel? I told you, I have a strong arm. When I first arrived, I even hauled my coffin up all those flights of stairs. Admittedly, it was exhausting. I was strong enough to do it, but I don't have unlimited stamina. Why were you hauling your coffin upstairs? You wanted to be closer to the sky? You know me so well already. Lucius returns to his seat and crosses his legs, sipping his wine and peering at me over the rim. He looked very at ease indeed. At ease and powerful. I take a slow gulp of my own wine. It's sweeter than I expected, with an undertone of currants and plums. Well, hang on. If you're so strong, how was I able to escape you? I yanked myself free when I first arrived. That sounded dangerously close to a compliment, Avalon. I'm just curious. I don't begrudge you for it, but surely you've realized by now that I am very disciplined. Very incredible self-control. I released you. I had no desire to restrain you. Oops. You were acting like a street cat who didn't want to be held. I did not wish to be scratched. Gee, thanks. Disciplined, incredibly self-control. You are full of praises for yourself tonight, Lucius. Serious, these attributes to my character ensure that I would never bring harm to you. Not unless you asked for it. I cough into my wine. What was that supposed to mean? Do you need water? No, I'm fine. Can you hear how fast my heart is beating? I pluck absent-mindedly at my lute strings, still uncertain if I'm ready to reveal the parts of myself I'd rather forget. But he'd been vulnerable to me. It's only fair that I be vulnerable with him in turn. There's no time like the present. I should start with some context. I told you before that I grew up here in Illuvia. I neglected to mention that it was an orphanage. Nightingale Garden Homes for Girls. His lips just barely twitched as if he recognized the name. I wouldn't be surprised if so. It was a very old, long-established institute. One of his previous guests might have mentioned it or grew up there like me. Oh, Boo Bear, you okay? Are you okay? Oh, Babino. Are you okay? He's having a little coughing fit. You need help? No, you're good. Good, Bubby? I just saw movement out of the corner of my eye and I was like, he good? Yeah, he's good now. Everyone told me it was an invaluable place to be, especially the matron, who were so proud to work there. They told me girls would go as far as murder their own parents in hopes for being sent to Nightingale Gardens. Never heard of it actually happening, but that was the prevailing attitude. Because the girls of this orphanage were guaranteed to have a place in high society, we were educated vigorously in matters of court, history, handwriting, sewing, and entertainment. Once every several years, the best and brightest girls were even chosen to become Illuvia's next queen. Did they have that tradition when you were human, Lucius? Yes, I believe I've heard somewhere about it in passing. It was so long ago. You don't want pets? Nope. It was so long ago. Well, the tradition was in full swing when I was young. Last queen was growing old and infirmed, and there were talks that the new queen would be chosen soon. Fortunate for you, yes, you could have been chosen. No. I hated it there. It was stuffy and full of pompous snobs. The matrons had our entire lives planned out for us, without once stopping to ask what we wanted to do. And they had the nerve to act like I should keep my mouth shut and just be grateful. The other girls seemed content with their lot, which meant they didn't understand how I felt. They kept me at arm's length. I hated the pressure to succeed and got into a lot of trouble, even back then. I never would have been in line for the throne. Closest person I had to a friend was an older girl named Ophelia. She was in line for the throne. We all knew she would be chosen too because she was perfect. She was beautiful, graceful, and always seemed to say the right things. Always. She was always talking about the changes she'd like to make, the ways she'd like to improve our kingdom. Does sound lovely, but Avalon, forgive me for saying this, but no one is perfect. Surely your Ophelia is not exempt. He looked a little surprised when I started laughing. You're right. You're absolutely right. Ophelia was a godforsaken rascal. She'd lie through her teeth with a smile and no one would be any wiser. That she'd let me see her naughty, conniving side. I felt special, you know? And she truly did want to make things better, but she was as clever and sharp as a knife, but she did care about the people around her. At least that's what I believed. More wine. Yes, please. I drank deeply from my refilled glass before continuing. So, when Ophelia was chosen and packed her bags, she promised me up and down that she would write me every day. Every single day. I knew that it was forbidden for the Alluvia's crown to contact the world outside. We both knew that. Every queen was meant to cut all ties with everyone she ever knew before she was chosen. That was the rule. But I believed her, you know? She was so much smarter than me and so crafty. I really thought she'd find a way. I pat the cover of my songwriter's journal, which I had placed at my side. I always try to keep it near even when it pains me. But all she ever sent me was this book with its empty pages and a hurried little note on the inside cover. I thought she was encouraging me to write my songs in it. It made me happy for a time, but never heard from her again. Lucius is waiting for me with his full attention. I can't stop now. What else could I do? I begged the matrons to grant me a position in the castle. I begged them day and night. All I wanted to see Ophelia again. Well, finally, they snapped at me and told me to stop asking. They told me that they barely managed to secure a position for me as a court entertainer in a faraway land. But I needed to be grateful. But I wasn't grateful. I argued with them until they took me by the ear and showed me what for. I'll never forget it. How they told me to grow up and stop being childish while they raked me across the back. Apparently, my destination had no complaints about a woman with whipping scars. Avalon. I ran away soon after that, with just the clothes I wore and, honestly, the very things I have with me now. The loot they gave me, the songwriting journal from Ophelia, and a handful of coins. Lucius spoke slowly, reluctant to inject, but unable to contain his curiosity. Your crime was running away from this wretched orphanage. Oh no, not at all. I gave them the slip. His shoulders sagged with relief. I waged he feels some kinship with the little girl I once was. I went on to become a traveling vagabond for many years. I performed everywhere I could and I saw the world. It was difficult in its own way. People distrusted a new face and meaningful connections were hard to come by. I was even accused of witchcraft sometimes for some reason. Something about corrupting their women and stealing their men with siren songs. Some days were freeing and exciting back then, while others made me feel like a ghost in search of a final resting place. But no matter what I did or where I went, I just couldn't stop thinking about Ophelia. Did you have feeling for this Ophelia of yours? Odds, Lucius. She was practically an adult and I was 6. Means, yes, I was absolutely obsessed with her. Not that she ever seemed to fancy anyone, but I'd ask her, if she found some boy or girl attractive. She had this way of wrinkling her nose as she turned down every single one. Like I gawked at him. Notice you wrinkle your nose sometimes when you find something disagreeable. Were you not aware? My face suddenly feels rather hot. Anyways, well, excuse me. You know how young girls idolize older women. Do? Yeah, Wait, you do? Yes, I've had younger sisters once. We never had the chance to grow close, but I knew they were eager to idolize. And that's news to me. I start to ask him about it, but he holds up a hand to stop me. Please continue with your tale. I apologize to interrupt. He grimaces suddenly, and my brows knit with concern. Not the first time I've seen that expression.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. The coffin.
He flinches as he takes a deep breath.
I'll be fine for a while longer. It just calls to me sometimes.
If you need to go back early.
Lucius slams his fist on the arm of his seat. His wine jostles slightly in his other hand.
No, I'll not let it squander what little time I have away from it.
Aww.
Forgive me. Please, continue.
Tap my fingers against the cover of my journal, feeling a little agitated, but wanting to gratify his wishes. He'll get upset if I speed through the story, but I can try to shorten it for him.
Distant kingdoms, I would hear terrible gossip about Alluvia's young queen. Apparently, she did nothing to better anyone's life but her own. She kept her cruelest traditions intact, torturing and slaughtering people in droves. Most notably, she kept the tradition of sacrificing people to the crown's pet vampire. No offense.
None taken. Inspiring such unease in its people helps the monarchy stay in power. Fear of punishment, I always heard, is a better motivator than acts of love.
But for some.
Aluvia was supposed to be different, and the people were unhappy. There were talks of a revolt. Although I wasn't the most talented bard in the lands, I was starting to get some renown and make strong connections. I can still scarcely believe it, but I managed to get an audience with Queen Ophelia. I was meant to perform for her.
Lucius's eyes slowly went wide with realization.
Did it?
I maybe, kind of, definitely spoke my mind in front of the queen and her entire court, but I did it through song.
But I did it through song.
You did it.
Lucius is torn perfectly between horrified and scandalously amused, clapping his hands over his jaw with disbelief.
Do you want to hear the song?
He gestures were enthusiastically erratic now. He waves for me to go on and can hardly sit still as he pours himself some more wine. As for me, I set down my glass and clear my throat. There is an achievement if you skip the song, but I want to hear it.
Queens, they rule in the light, remembering tales of their kingdoms. Those lands may now be out of sight, but you can still remember your stratagem. Be vain, be cruel, be always right, proud until unproven. Show your cruel self till the end of night, when you'll be slain at day's conclusion.
When Lucius applauds me, it's as grand as it is resonant. The very furniture around us seems to shudder in
God.
response.
That was a more subdued version. Back in court, I was screaming the lyrics at the top of my lungs.
I only wish I could have seen it for myself. You must have been radiant.
Lucius looks at me with plain, unmistakable admiration. I feel my cheeks growing warm again, and I tell myself it's just the wine.
I always knew Alluvia was full of busybody moralists. To think they'd punish you so gravely for such a thing. Simply ungrateful.
Oh, I don't know about gravely. I think I like it here.
And I like having you here.
Oh, they're so cute. Our eyes meet with a slow yet abrupt understanding of each other. We're so alike in so many ways, and I can hardly believe it. Storm had stopped at some point. It's quiet enough that I can hear his breathing, steady and strong even from a distance. Then he grimaces again. I pivot in time to see the sky now clear of black clouds, shifting into the first dusky hints of daybreak. Lucius. Yes, I'm going. No need to rush me. You may have the rest of this wine, if you please. He smiles at me one last time, straining and fleeting before he turns into mist and disappears into the shadows. I'll see you tomorrow night, Lucius. I know I'm speaking to an empty room. I know it all too well, but I already miss him. Lullabies of the Lost. After staying up all night, exchanging bittersweet memories with the vampire, I should have been more than ready to fall into 100-year slumber. Yet I toss and turn for hours. My mind is once again filled with locusts, but instead of wheedling questions, this time they whisper ideas. I stride out of my chamber with a groan. She's got bags under her eyes, raking my hands through my haphazard bedhead. I sit harder than I intend on the blasted writing desk, and I steadily begin to write. I would write the truth, as I did when I sang before the queen of her court. I would write the truth about the vampire who's been banished to the abandoned estate. People need to know that his humanity is not lost, as they say. When I get out of here, people will know. My quill stops scrawling. When I get out of here. How many songs have I played for him now? On the lunar eclipse, I played my 10th song. Earlier tonight must have been my 13th or my 30th. I still have a ways to go before I'm free, but I've made significant headway in my debt to him. No use thinking about it now. I still have time to decide what I want to do. I nod to myself and bow my head to continue writing. I wake slowly to a light pattering of rain outside, with my cheek pressed against the desk and drool seeping from the side of my lips. Blearily, I wipe my mouth and squint at the loose-leaf paper in front of me. I'd written 2 legible verses before I'd overtaken by exhaustion. The rest were bitterly scratched out or scarcely decipherable. I sighed, reached to scratch my head, and promptly knock over the inkwell. Shit! I hiss out another string of curses as the ink spreads the desk and drips off the sides. Instinctively, I save the journal and end up sacrificing my meager verses to the fast-spreading black pond. Damn it, what a waste! What is wrong with me lately? Lucius is going to be so angry with me. Where's the cleaning cloth he always uses? I turn to and fro and realize with growing dismay that he must always seem to have it on his hand. He must keep it on his person. But maybe he has a spare up in the rafters. Maybe he keeps multiple rags near his person. To be safe, I search through all the cabinets downstairs like a pillaging raccoon. Not a single rag turns up. Knowing that Lucius will be angrier if I use a blanket or, God forbid, a curtain to clean up this mess, it seems like I have no choice but to venture upstairs. My hand traces the familiar cracks and bumps of the cobblestone wall, a tactile map I learned to use due to the abysmal lighting of the stairwell. There are no windows in the light of my path, and the torches must have burned themselves down to smoldering husks an eternity ago. As I climb, I try to plant my feet towards the edge of each step, not only to keep my balance, but to reduce the chance of stepping on a groaning center plank. As a general policy, I found it best to avoid making undue noises. I'm winded by the time I reach the highest point of the estate, and I brace myself by resting my palms on my knees. Who in heaven decided it was a good idea to build something with so many stairs? I want to give them a piece of my mind. Spent the next half hour carefully rifling through the attic. There's an annoying number of decorative boxes and trinkets up here, but not nearly enough cleaning rags. I jerk to a stop as I wrench open a jewelry box and see contents within, realizing, with abrupt horror, how my actions mirror the person who killed Lucius's artist, rifling through his things. I don't intend to steal anything. Lucius won't see me. He'll have another hour or two before he wakes up, but I take a slow breath, willing myself to calm down. Even if Lucius acts irritable sometimes, he never hesitates to forgive me, in the same way I never hesitate to forgive him. I find myself fixated on a particular point within an open jewelry box. There's an oddly familiar sight there, a hint of a small, engraved shape that tugs at my memory. I didn't notice it immediately because it's partially buried beneath a string of pearls and gemstones. Gently shift the valuables aside, allowing the subject of my focus to be laid bare. The ring. Chunky, ornate ring. Quite gaudy, really, and not something I'd ever be seen wearing. I pluck the item out of the box and peer at it in the dim darkness. There's no way. At the ring's center is an enormous opal stone, which glitters like a rainbow of fire. Carved directly into the stone is a crest I recognize from the guardsman's shield and from the banners adorning the queen's courtroom. Without thinking, I put the ring in my mouth and bite down on the shank. Blech. It's dusty, yuck. I can feel the mark from my teeth imprint in the metal. The body of the ring is made of pure gold. Actual, genuine, royal signet ring. Did a member of the crown barter for their freedom with this? Or maybe it was stolen and then traded here by a thief? Because it can't be that. A scream cuts through the attic and threatens to burst my eardrum. I fumble and nearly drop the ring. I cram the ring back into the jewelry box, slamming it before whirling around. The noise definitely came from the coffin. Lucius? As I call out, I'm met with another scream, even more frantic and agonizing than the first. I'm guessing it's Lucius who's screaming. I don't know why, but that's just kind of what's like been stuck in my head since she first mentioned it. The wooden box is trembling more hard enough that I worry it may topple over. I approach the noise. Every bone in my body shrieks for me to stay away, but the tremendous concern for him overwhelms every ounce of fear I have. The coffin is carved from blackthorn wood, with small divot imperfections chipped off the edge. It's definitely fallen over before. I rap my knuckles against the wood, no differently than I knock on a bedroom door. Lucius, can you hear me? Coffin lid thuds in response. Continues to thud, over and over as Lucius pounds his fist against the inside. Let me out! His roar is followed by a terrible, desperate noise of nails clawing against the wood. Lucius, it's me. It's Avalon. Are you hurt? Stop this at once, I beg you. Release me. I command you to release me this instant. Okay, I'll let you out. The fact that this is not yet sundown makes me uneasy, but Lucius is clearly in distress. Even if he comes out early, he can stay in the shade. I hastily run my hand along the side of the coffin lid and pull. It doesn't budge, as if it's been nailed shut. I try to wrench it open from the opposite side. The coffin continues to hold fast. I'm gonna bet this is part of that spell. And as Lucius screams and thrashes in its confines, the coffin rocks in place. Its corner strikes my torso as I maneuver around it, knocking the air from my lungs. Lucius, stop struggling. Please. Why are you doing this to me? What have I done wrong? I'm trying to get you out. There's something wrong with this thing. It's jammed. I've done everything you've asked. Everything I withdrew my hand with sharp recognition of his plight. Lucius isn't talking to me, even if his screams sound halfway coherent. Lucius, are you awake? He responds only with racked sobs and a final weak thud. The source of the noise will not hurt you. He was so certain, so quick to assure me of my safety. I sigh through my nostrils, pressing my forehead against the lid. I'm here for you, all right? Even if you can't hear me. I slump fully against the coffin, sliding against it as my hands curl into fists. I'll be here for as long as you need me. I'm here. Hours pass. I continue to speak to him softly, even when he seems to be addressing somebody else, and I hold the coffin steady, straining my arms when it threatens to tumble on its side. Sweat drips down my brow and my cheek, both from physical exhaustion and the emotional toil. But I don't want to abandon him. He doesn't have anybody else. After an excruciating amount of time, he answers me with more noticeable coherence. His voice is gravelly hoarse and discernibly calmer compared to the earlier bellowing screams. Avalon, are you still there? Yes. The sun has gone down, hasn't it? Yes, at last. Lucius makes a small, curt noise of acknowledgement before he clears his throat. With a hollow wooden groan, the lid of the coffin begins to give way. Through the sliver of an opening, I catch a glimpse of torn velvet bedding, deep gouge in the wood. The lid hangs aloft, barely ajar until Lucius's long fingers curl around the frame. He pushes it with visible effort, getting it just open enough to squeeze himself through. I scurry backwards to make room as Lucius staggers out, shoulders slumped and steps uneven. Coffin slams shut behind him, a ghastly sight that reminds me too much of a closing mouth. Lucius raises his chin briefly, staring down at me with darting eyes, disbelieving eyes, before he sags to the ground. I rush to his side, propping his back against the coffin. Sure, it's the last thing he wants to touch, but it's the nearest solid surface. Lucius heaves a great dejected sigh as his head lolls against the lid. Can't be opened until the sun is gone. Verses are obnoxiously specific, airtight, much like the coffin itself. Oh, there's times I've woken up and spilled out of the damn thing because it's rolled onto its side. Although he's panting and barely catching his breath, he can't quite keep his absurd commentary to himself. Thank you for keeping me steady tonight, I presume. You're ridiculous. You go through this every single night? Are you hurt? Feels like yesterday when you were suggesting I'd been amputated at the elbow, and miraculously healed from it. Very mighty vampire powers. He chuckles to himself as if recalling a fond memory, and he hangs his head between his knees. Without thinking twice, I reach out to rub wide, slow circles on his back. An intrusive friction of my mind notice his body is warmer than I expected. Take your time. It bothers me that you're deflecting with humor, but we're a pair of pots and kettles, I suppose. But the pot could have capitalized on the opportunity to stab the kettle through the coffin. My hand slows, resting on his shoulder blades. Is that a request? No, don't answer that. I wasn't going to. Didn't even occur to me, Lucius. If I wanted to stab you, I would have done it a week ago. How many times have you been stabbed? Before he can answer, I look at the coffin with new eyes. An innumerable amount of thin, discolored lines streak across its surface, particularly around the head in the middle of the box. I thought they were wooden veins at first, but as I lean closer, I realize they're incisions, slits that have been since filled and stained. Some of them have the approximate width of a longsword. Lucius, this is absurdly horrific. Not a way for anybody to live. You don't deserve this. You're too kind, Avalon. Beat passes as he continues to breathe haggardly, still getting his bearings. Have you gotten any rest? He doesn't look up at me. He might not have the strength to do so. Have you? Touché, but I was technically asleep. Perhaps half asleep for some of it, but by and large, I was unconscious. I know. Gradually, his eyes rise to meet mine. How would you know such a thing? My breath catches when I face our sudden proximity. I retract my arm from his back, though I will myself to stay by his side. It's just, we normally have such a civil distance from each other. Never sat next to him until tonight. When I perform songs for him, I'm the act and he's my audience. There's an invisible wall that separates us based on our differing statuses, and the entertainer and the entertained. Here and now, I feel as though the wall has begun to crumble. You must think me a terrible housemaid for screaming all day. No, not at all. Sorry, I'm tired. I bump my shoulder against his, my fingers fidgeting and laced together in my lap, an absent-minded little distraction that provides me a small measure of comfort. I remember what it's like. I used to get night terrors when I was a girl. Did you know? The orphanage? Nightingale Gardens? Yes, it was the worst place to get night terrors. Half the matrons thought I was possessed, the other half thought I was being unintentionally maliciously disobedient. You can imagine. It was usually some reoccurring nightmare about rats, too, which was the worst. I still get them sometimes. If you don't mind me asking, what do you dream about? Do you remember? I don't know if I'd call it a dream, more akin to reliving a memory. A memory of when I was first exiled here. He taps the surface of the coffin with the back of his knuckles. My surroundings in there look roughly the same, no matter the time period. I'm sure it contributes to my confusion. I've become convinced that this... Lucius looks at me, his eyes full of meaning that I can't quite decipher. The dream, the inside of the coffin, is my reality. Is there anything I can do? Can I get you something? Where do you keep your wine? I shift to stand, but Lucius catches my hand before I'm fully upright. Hey. He blinks rapidly and then drops his gaze to the floor, as if he's uncertain and surprised at himself, but he does not let go. His hand around mine is gentle and apprehensive. Please, stay seated. Stay with me a while longer. Acquiescing without difficulty, I lower myself to my knees. He seems to breathe more easily when I'm by his side. We stare out at the expansive glass window for a time, content to be quiet together. Of course, Lucius doesn't like to remain quiet for long. You know, I feel better if you regale me with more miserable tales from your childhood. I wrinkle my nose at him and whack his shoulders with the back of my hand. He flinches, but I can feel his body quake with the quiet laughter. I'm serious. You mentioned something about rats? Why would they plague your dreams so? I'm afraid of them. They seem to have taken it upon themselves to haunt me. Though this estate has been marvelously rat-free. Yes, they have to try quite hard to cross the moat. Is there a story behind this fear of yours? Did you lose your parents to a drove of rats? I don't remember enough of my infancy to say either way. My earliest memories were in Nightingale Gardens. Though there was this one time. I cut myself off with a snicker, which makes Lucius tilt his head at me in a way. Curious smile. A wordless request for me to finish my thought. Forgive me, it was just the stupidest thing. There was this one time when food was going missing from the kitchen, and the matrons gathered us up and announced that we had a rat infestation. I was upset by this news, to say the least. I nearly stopped eating, worried that I'd find hair or whisker in my meal, or worse. I shudder for comical effect. When Lucius pats my hand encouragingly, I shoot him a small, grateful smile. I was just so frightened whenever I saw those beady little eyes, or the flick of the tail into the crevice. Haunts my every moment of my little life, day and night. Fairly sure that's when the nightmares began. I'd wake the whole orphanage just shrieking, and apparently I'd even lash out at the matrons with swinging fists. But I wasn't awake. Not really. I'd remember some of my outbursts, but I couldn't tell what was real. They talked about getting rid of me then. It was even more terrifying and confusing than the night terrors. They discussed my fate right in front of me like I wasn't even there. Lucius doesn't say anything, but he watches me with furrowed brows. Are you sure my miserable childhood tales are making you feel better, Lucius? No, but tell me anyways. What made your night terrors go away? That's the stupid part of the story. I didn't know Ophelia very well back then. I knew she was the picture-perfect angel of Nightingale Gardens, and I knew she was beautiful, but I was much too shy to speak to her until one day. She yanked me by the arm and pulled me aside, dragged me all the way into the cellar where we couldn't be seen, couldn't be overheard. Of course, this was very upsetting for me as well. Cellars are notoriously full of rats. She shushed me fiercely, eyes ablaze, and she shook me so hard I was nearly dizzy. Stop screaming every night, she said. There's no rats in the kitchen. I just sobbed and wailed in her arms. I didn't believe her. I didn't like getting yelled at. I mean, how could she try to lie to me like that, right? It wasn't unreasonable for me to be afraid. I was just a little girl. God, she was so frustrated with me. She groaned through gritted teeth and insisted there was absolutely no rats. And that's when she told me she made it all up. The rats. The entire infestation. She made it up. She was lying to the entire orphanage about it. Why in the heavens would she do such a thing? See if she could get away with it. Isn't that awful? Alright, I'm gonna take a quick drink. She was stealing extra helpings of food for herself and then planting false evidence, rat trappings and fur, to ensure her lie held water. Each day she'd tell the matrons that she was going to go into town to find a cat, you know, so the cats could eat the rats. But she never actually looked for one. She just went out and had her fun in town, then came home with one of those apologetic doe eyes that made everybody melt for her. Anyways, Ophelia showed me where she kept her spoils, and she said that she would share with me as long as I kept my mouth shut. I had to not only stop screaming, but I also had to keep her grubby little secret. Her reputation was spotless after all. Revealing her mischief would damage her chances of becoming queen. I was offended at first. Suffered so many nightmares because of her, but then I was intrigued. I promised I would keep quiet, but from that moment on, I saw her in a new light. I watched her like a hawk, followed her like a shadow, curious about what other lies she had been spreading. But the night terrors didn't stop. Not right away. I guess Ophelia became fond of me at some point because she'd sneak into my room and sing softly to me every night. Every single night when my nightmares were gone for good. I didn't think I could ever forget that lullaby. May I hear it, Avalon? The knot at the pit of my stomach returns, twisting and aching. No, I can't. From the corner of my eyes, I notice a blotch of ink on my lap. I rub at it absent-mindedly, smudging it with my thumb. Sorry, it's just... No need to explain, I understand. No, you don't understand. When I confronted her in the throne room, gods, I wasn't planning to be treasonous, you know? I'd spent months writing a beautiful song for her, but when I saw her, I knew it was forbidden for the crown to see anyone from her previous life. I knew that, so I hid who I was. I used a false name and pretended it was my first time setting foot on Alluvian soil. All I wanted was to see her again. I would have been satisfied if I could see her one last time. If I could see that all those terrible rumors were wrong. My eyes sting. I wipe at them with my wrist. But whoever was sitting on the throne, was not my Ophelia. Couldn't have been her. Whoever it was, she had her face, but she didn't have her eyes. Not the eyes I knew. Those eyes were hungry yet full of disdain, watching me like I was some sort of worm under her heels. And she had this ridiculous harem. We're dancing around, and every so often she'd call one of them to come sit on her lap and kiss her in front of everyone. It didn't make sense. Ophelia didn't like anybody. But just to make sure, I started making small talk. Something to introduce the song. I asked if there were any rats in the royal kitchen, and she just scoffed at me and told me it was a repulsive thing to suggest. She told me to be silent. She didn't want to hear anything, another word, unless I was going to play my song. My lip quivers and my voice begins to break. So I changed the song. Had to convey how I truly felt. Lucius threw his arm around me then, holding me tight. I bawled against his chest, losing every ounce of composure. Forgive me, Avalon. Shouldn't have asked you about this. She told me she wanted to make things better for everyone. She told me she would write. Why didn't she ever write? Give me. Hesitant tune. I cried myself into a stupor. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in my bed with red, swollen eyes and a throbbing headache. I have vague memories of Lucius carrying me to my room, grunting unhappily when he had to wedge his way in. I really need to stop pushing my bed against the door. Then he drew the covers up to my neck and he told me. He'd tell me. I tap my temple in a steady rhythm, chasing down the memory before it eludes me for good. He wanted me to meet him in the courtyard. He said he would wait for me there until I felt well enough to see him. I think he said he had something to tell me. I press my palms into my eyes, hoping to reduce the swelling. Even my throat is raw from shedding years of pent-up grief. In grief's place, a new flip-flop of emotion swirls in my chest, and my heart is pounding in an erratic staccato beat. I think I'm gonna be sick. I can't believe I've told him everything. I even cried in front of him, sobbed all over his clothes. Gods, it was mortifying. Never cry in front of people, let alone on them. I was so distracted by my own melodrama that I completely forgot to ask him about that ring. I shake my head and tell myself that it's fine. I'll have plenty of time to ask him later. He's gonna try to send her away. Lucius stands like a pillar under the moonlight. Oh. Okay, that's the button for save. We're gonna resave here. Yes. Lucius stands like a pillar under the moonlight. His hands are linked behind his back as he observes the heavens. For the first time in a long while, the sky is clear. A yellow crescent moon hangs high among the stars like a lopsided smile. I wince at a foggy squench of mud with every step I take. But since he was the one who asked to meet out here, I don't think he'll begrudge me for any muddy footprints. Did Did I keep you waiting long? Lucius doesn't turn. I have something to show you. It was show, not tell. Is it another astrological phenomenon? His hands tighten inexpectedly, blah, 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 imperceptibly behind his back. Lucius turns just enough to glance at me, and I shoot him a sheepish, puzzled glance in response. Something about seeing me renews his resolve. Follow me. Lucius leads me through a side entrance of the estate, through empty stables and servant quarters. The little of note when I amble through here before. We cut through a terrace, and he grabs and lights a lantern. He holds it out in front of us, through our path is far from dark. I continue to trail after him down several winding halls until finally we reach a dead end. Is this what you wanted to show me? Lucius, I've already seen every inch of this estate. What? Lucius pushes his palm against the furthest wall, revealing a door-shaped indent. He leans his weight into it until it gives way, unveiling a dark passage and a small staircase leading down. Lucius extends a hand to me with a sideways smile. Coming. I take his hand with a touch of hesitation. His skin is cool from the night air. I don't want to climb any more stairs after this. Lucius laughs and pulls me a step closer. You won't have to. I can promise you that. Ambitious promise. This is the moment where you're luring me to my doom at last, yes? You're finally gonna drink my blood and reduce me to a withered corpse? Yes, I've prepared a wonderful marinade of citrus, olive oil, and green pepper to baste you in downstairs. Really? No. He led me down to an old, cavernous path that expands the size the deeper we go. The lantern sways in Lucius's grasp each step, casting a pallid glow on our surroundings. See now why he grabbed it. Soon becomes our only source of illumination. I squint when the light catches against an irregular surface. The side of this path has been piled with broken and non-essential items. Table legs, ripped cushions, even some weapons. That's the cabinet I broke on the first night here, isn't it? I was wondering where it went. And are those the wine barrels? Yes and yes. I use the underground as a storage room. So this is where you've been hiding all your ladders and buckets and wine. Hiding? No, not at all. I just like to keep things tidy. Although, his hand tightens around mine. I do try to withhold the latter from my guests at the beginning of their stays. Number of people who have tried to brave the moat and drowned in the attempt. I didn't want the same thing to happen to you. Oh, because you would miss my music? I would have missed you. I wouldn't have been able to help you, Avalon. His voice is stern, with a harder edge than I expected. Something happened to you in the moat. Were to unable to breach water as I am, I would have only been able to watch. I do not want suffer. Sheer weight behind his words make me hold my tongue, despite the temptation to make a flippant comment about my inability to swim. The ground begins to shift from solid rock to loosely packed dirt that turns to scuff underfoot. Soon the path slopes and the air becomes heavy and damp. I found myself taking deep breaths, which only magnifies my growing apprehension. Lucius lets go of my hand as we reach a steep precipice. My fingers curl inward, already aching from the absence of his touch. Lucius, where are you taking me? What is this place? There's like no music, and I'm very, very like concerned. Nailed into the precipice with wooden stakes, a rope ladder further extends into the dark abyss. The opening becomes narrower below, but the structure of the passage seems secure and dry, no signs of water droplets leaking from the moat. catch Lucius trying to hide a grimace when he kneels to inspect the strength of the rope. Deep beneath the earth as we are, we must be standing at the lowest part of the estate. This far from the coffin must be a strain for him. When the Queen Helgerd banished me, sealed me in that blasted coffin, she ordered her soldiers to put me somewhere around here. Originally, this was an enclosed wine cellar attached to the estate. My exile began, and when I first woke, we removed the wine, of course, before we began the excavation. Excavation? Told you that I had a motley crew working on a way out. There were 5 of them, including Gillian. They dug for months under my supervision. You can see why I had to relocate to sleep upstairs, I'm sure. Where are you going with this? Not obvious. I'm setting you free, Avalon. This tunnel will lead you to safety under the moat and to the other side. I must have misheard him. I'm sure of it. That's the only reasonable explanation. He must have said something like, "Go fetch me some tunnel fish," or "I'm trapping you down here forever so you can never cry on me again, you disgusting creature." Look as though you wish to argue with me. I understand verbal sparring is one of your favorite pastimes. Please, listen to me this once. Every day you spend here is a lost opportunity. This is time you'll never get back. Why should you endure fate when you're wrong? You deserve to be punished just for speaking your mind. All of this over a mere song. You understand, don't you, Avalon? Your freedom should have never been up for bargain. Your freedom, yours is priceless, Avalon. Lucius, wait. This is so sudden. And I can wait no longer knowing the injustice is good. Please, Avalon, live your life and be free. You're not an immortal like me. You should spend what little time you have in happiness. But haven't you been suffering injustice, Lucius? Don't you deserve freedom and happiness? I cast my eyes down on the dark pathway, searching. This leads under the moat. You should be able to travel beneath it, right? He no longer tries to hide that flinching grimace. Cold reminder of his reality, the coffin. Secondary measure that guarantees he can never leave. And can't you bring the coffin with you? As long as it's nearby, you can go anywhere you want. But carry it all the way through miles of tunnel woods, each day to clamber in and howl through my night terrors, terrifying the local wildlife. Then eventually, when we do reach civilization, you'll gain a name as the woman who travels with the possessed coffin. Both be social pariahs then, won't we? No, thank you. Besides, I believe I told you how I deeply dislike tight spaces. Tunnels beyond this point disagree with me. Better off here in my own private estate. How can you believe this is better? The only choice I have, Avalon. It's the only life I'm allowed to lead. Best to worry about your own choices, especially now that your debt is cleared. I'll provide you with a week's worth of rations, along with enough coin from my personal coffers to compensate you for your performances. Now, are you ready to go? Ridiculously, my eyes are swimming with tears again, despite my best attempts to blink them back and wipe them away. What will I choose? No, we're fucking staying with him. I won't leave you. You can't make me go, Lucius. I refuse to abandon you. Avalon, please. Must see reason. I've explained why I cannot go with you. Then I'm staying here. I don't intend to leave your side, Lucius. Not now, not ever. Lucius recoils from me as though he'd suffered a physical blow. How could you say such a thing? You have no future here. Yes, I do have a future. Not as if I'm going to drop dead on the spot after deciding to stay. See? I still draw breath. Not what I meant, and you know it. You know as well as I do, there's little to do and the food is lacking. On top of that, every 2 years, I risk dying at the hands of a hypothetical brigand. Lucius, I'm no different from the world. It's no different from the world outside. The roads were dangerous even when I was traveling with an entire caravan. I've also forced to take lives in order to defend myself, by the way. So don't you even try to bellyache about being too monstrous to associate with me. I wasn't going to. Let me finish. I hold up my chin and meet his gaze dead on, much like when I performed in front of the Queen's court. You told me before that you would respect my right to choose. I dearly hope that that has not changed. I know that our arrangement began from a place of punishment and debt, but as I spent time here and got to know you, I've begun to feel differently about my situation. You're right that my time is precious, and I intend to spend it in a place that has brought me the most joy I've ever felt. I don't care about food or amenities, Lucius. I'll eat your disgusting fish every single day if that's what it takes to be with you. To be with me. I clasp my hand over my mouth. My own words sink in further as Lucius echoes them, and I realize that with mild frustration, they were true to their core. Nothing is more important than being here for him. Somewhere beneath the surface, I've always known that my budding feelings for Lucius amounted to more than mere loneliness. I convinced myself that I was fine with being a companionless traveling bard. Yet now it hurts to be away from him when the sun rises. How much deeper would that knife cut if I leave him now? I've seldom been in love. I'm not confident I'd recognize it even if it slapped me across the face. This feeling I have when I look at him now. Gods, I hate how honest I have to be now that I'm close. Frequent proximity to somebody I actually like. My voice shakes though, and I try my best to gather my bearings. I've come to care about you a great deal, Lucius. Can't you tell? We live in a cold, wicked world. You know as well as I do that sending me back to it will not guarantee my safety. Bandits and wild animals, shipwrecks and desert heat. I'm grateful that I've survived my fair share of adversary just long enough to meet someone like you. But here's the closest that I've ever felt to having a home. I don't have much of a life to return to outside of this estate. Maybe I want to rot here for the remainder of my brief and miserable existence. Maybe to discover what else we have in common, and I want to learn more about you. Would you deprive me of that? His conflicting emotions wore across his features, and I can tell he's tempted to give in. But he's just as strongly compelled to battle this to the bitter end. That is precisely part of the problem. You don't even know who I was before. A member of the royal family. ... Found your ring, Lucius. I was shocked at first, but you weren't the one who condemned me here. I won't hold you accountable for the cruelty of your successors. So please don't suggest that I'd hate you because of who you are, because I don't. I suspected that you'd found it, but you still don't understand. Then explain it to me. Are you not royalty after all? It will be the death of me. Feel lightheaded. It's mare. Lucius turns and stalks away, leaving me with the lantern. Lucius! An odd sense of deja vu as I pursue him through the servants' quarters, my pace far less hurried than his. Although his strong strides are long, I have no difficulty keeping up. He slows to a stop in the courtyard and once more stands with his back turned to me.
Do you know how difficult it was to make the decision to free you? A selfish, disgusting part of me is pleased that you would choose to stay.
It's not selfish to be pleased, Lucius.
Isn't it?
He whirls on
I
me.
told you what happened last time to Jillian. It took me years to recover. If any harm were to befall you, if you were to be taken from me, I don't think I could.
He cuts himself off as a shuddered breath escapes him.
Lucius, I'm making this decision not from a place of foolhardy courage, but because your presence is worth enduring some apprehension.
Aww.
I am scared, you know. It's alright if you're scared too.
I close the distance, reaching for him. When he mirrors my movements, however timid, I seize him and pull him into a fierce hug. Lucius trembles in my grasp, his fingers digging small crevices into the clothing on my back.
I can't promise I'll live forever, Lucius. No one can promise it. Not even you. But the time I've spent with you has been the happiest times I've ever known. I feel like I can talk to you about anything, even things I'd intended to bury forever. And the memories I've made here, I know to appreciate them only because I've had you by my side. Please don't deprive me of our bond. I want to enjoy it while it lasts, however long that may be. Lucius, I
think I'm falling in love with you.
Oh! Fucking love it. Yes. Yes. My heart feels like it's
I
stopped.
know it sounds absurd. I know we haven't known each other long. But you're a beautiful, radiant woman. Anyone can see it. You must have better options than this. You deserve other options. I just know someone out there will worship the very ground you walk on.
Like you. His confession reverberates in my mind like a tuning fork. I feel dizzy, like I'm soaring all at once, but I pull myself together enough to murmur into his hair.
What if I don't want other options? What if I only want you?
Then I would be powerless to deny you my radiance.
Oh, yes, please.
I would hate for you to regret this decision.
I pull away, not to detach from him, but to get a good look at his face. His eyes search mine as he cups his palm over my cheeks.
I propose a new barter, vampire. I would have your heart in exchange for mine.
My heart. Despite himself, Lucius scoffs out a small laugh.
You've got this through. If you are truly, wholeheartedly certain.
Then to rot we shall go, together. He tucks flyaway strands of hair over my ear, such a tender gesture from somebody I once feared so deeply. I kiss you. Yes. Oh my god, we're gonna kiss him first. I practically leap onto him, crashing my lips against his and knocking our teeth together. He makes a surprised sound, but he doesn't protest. Lucius encircles his arms around my waist and leans in, kissing me harder. Mutual laughter bubbles between us, and I kiss him all over his ridiculous face. Avalon, you... He scoffs out another laugh, looking as bashful as a schoolboy. He cradles my face in his hands and plants a final chastise kiss on my forehead. I'm the luckiest man in all the lands. I love you, Avalon. All along I have loved you. Then he kisses me again, pulling me close under the moonlit sky. The world feels so suddenly weightless. I recede to come up for air, but Lucius pulls me back in, kissing me with the force of a crashing wave. So I breathe him in, with the crisp, earthy scent of moist soil. The night air as normally has a cool bite that sticks to my skin like molasses. When he holds me in his arms, it feels like velvet. Lucius presses his forehead against mine with a breathless chuckle, smiling so hard that I barely recognize him. All my long years, I've never met like you. In all my comparatively very short years, I've never imagined I'd fall for a vampire clean freak with the driest sense of humor I've ever known. Clean freak? Fine, you're not wrong. I still love you, you insolent creature. Lucius captures me around the waist and lifts me, spinning us into a triumphant half-arc. Lucius! Don't tell me to contain myself, Avalon. I won't do it for all the riches of the world. Bristling foxtail skims over my ankles, and my feet fall uneven as he sets me down. Before I can regain my balance, Lucius clasps my hands in his own and begins stepping in time to a melody only he can hear. What are we doing? We're dancing as lovers do. Stumble as he guides our bodies into a revolving turn. Whoa, I don't know how to dance, Lucius. I've been tapping my feet along to my own melodies at most. He maneuvers me under his arm and then pulls me close enough to kiss my knuckles in a fluid motion. And it's a good thing you have all the time in the world to learn. Cicadas buzz all around us like a steady hum of applause. In the distance, a single ox frog begins the chorus of its songs. Others joins in, and then another, until the moat itself seems to hum with their reverie. The very stars feel like they're sweeping around us in a beguiled dance, embracing us in the wind-blown curtains. As Lucius dips me back, I realize these aren't stars at all when one of them lands on my nose. These are lunar flies. There's so many. Lucius, I think these are the bugs that stung me when I first crossed the moat. Gods, we need to get inside. We rush into the estate together, holding on to each other and giggle like children. Lucius slows only to pat me down and make sure none of the insects tagged along. Nasty little bastards. Worst stings itch for days. I forgot how aggressively lunar flies breed during the rainy seasons. My cheeks hurt from grinning as he tends to me, diligently checking my hair and under my arms. Lucius. Yes, my radiance. Nearly burst out in laughter at the pet name he'd chosen, but I regain enough control to pass it off as clearing my throat. I give him a quick peck on the cheek, redirecting my attention from checking for bugs to looking into his eyes. His lips tilt into a smirk as he backs me gently against the wall, pinning me in place by propping his elbow next to my head. You're keeping me in suspense, Avalon. What is it? Oh, you've made it difficult for me to speak my mind. I enjoy challenging you. Right, okay. Look, before we go any further, I think there's a few more things that we should discuss. Lucius dips his head down and begins to kiss my neck. Lucius! No, I don't agree. I do actually agree with you. We should set some expectation. He pulls away only slightly, meager show of mercy. For example, he traces a line from my neck to my collarbone, sending a needy shiver down my spine. How do you feel about biting? Particularly the kind that turn you into a creature of... Oh. Despite Lucius's easy demeanor, I know it isn't the decision I should make lightly. Turning into a vampire would be a tremendous change. If it's worth it, in exchange for the promise of forever? Yes, we're turning into a vampire. We're gonna go, yes, very interested. I should have saved right before that so I can see the other answers. However, no. There's an indisputable appeal to immortality and power, along with the chance to share it, the eternity, with my new beloved. Lucius's expression is absolutely enthralled, only serves to bolster my decision. Then on the twilight eve of your choosing it shall be done. Your wish will be my command whenever you're ready. The process may be painful at first, but I am certain you will emerge from it radiant and powerful than ever. Now, what was it you wished to discuss with me before we consummate our relationship? Well, I mean, I'm a little embarrassed and you're gonna laugh at me. Is laughing really such a bad thing? I was wondering if you were the first Eluvian king. The one who surrendered his crown to the heavens. Oh, that would be so good. I didn't even think of that. His bellow laughter reverberates against the very walls. I knew you'd laugh at me, you jerk. Forgive me. It's just... Avalon, you need to relearn your history. Eluvian's first king reigned from the dawn of civilization. If I were him, I would be very old indeed. My father's side of the family did claim to be a descendant from the man, but birth certificates can be easily forged these days. I am no king. Was an heir for time, but I never ascended the throne. Which means you were a prince. I still am, if it pleases you. Lucius tilts his head, studying me as if thought had just occurred to him. You know, Avalon, you said once that I had no whimsical books in the estate. But I do have one on the subject of old myths around here somewhere. I should see about finding it. Are you familiar with the story of Hassad's jar? I think so. It's a box inside of a jar in some iterations, isn't it? The story involved somebody opening a container despite warning not to touch it, and in doing so, they released all manners of curse upon mankind. Oh, I read that wrong. You truly do know your stories. He caresses my cheek absent-mindedly. It is a tale that resonates with me for quite some time. I had a personal theory that there were two kinds of people in the world. The kind who prefer to live blissful, unobtrusively existence, who would never risk those curses. Other curious enough to open the box, even knowing the consequences it would befall. Fairly certain of the answer, but Avalon, what manner of person do you think you are? I'd rather be curious, even if it hurts at first. You know me, don't you, Lucius? I have to see what's at the bottom of the jar. If I recall, despite its moral lessons of caution, the story has an optimistic ending. In the wake of the curse they unleashed, the main character peered just once more into the container, and they discovered that hope remained. Though the released curses were irreversible, hope would temper their effects. The true moral of the story is, although some curiosity can be cursed, more curiosity may be the cure. So given the subject, I have to open that jar. I would dig and rifle and root, and I would untangle every web I find until I see things as they truly are. You would prefer to be curious rather than content. I think I cannot be content if I were first to temper my curiosity. See, I should expect no less from a woman like you. Your relentless nature is one that I've come to admire. This coming from a vampire with an inhuman sense of restraint. I should be flattered. I nudge him, half expecting him to laugh and tease. He may let his resistance slip tonight, but Lucius looks surprisingly contemplative. Lucius, is something the matter? I reach up to touch his face, feeling his jaw work under my fingers. He turns just enough to sigh warmly into my palm. I don't remember the last time I felt such harrowing happiness. I worry this blissful rapport of ours will be short-lived. Need we worry about such things so soon? He kisses my hand, soft and reverent. I prefer to chart our worries sooner rather than later, Avalon. There's something else I wish to share with you. Like I never told anybody about Gillian. I never thought I'd voice this aloud. But I believe you're the only one who will understand, who will help me understand. My eyelashes flutter with wonder. It's no surprise that a century-old vampire had accumulated enough troubles to plague his thoughts, though I'm a bit exasperated on his timing. Why bring this up now when I'm pinned in an intimate position against the wall? I'm eager to be helpful. What's on your mind? Not here. I need to find something. Will you have a seat and wait for me? Of course. Lucius exhales sharply through his nose, relief and gratitude all at once, and presses his lips to my cheek. I start a modest fire in the hearth as I wait for him, prodding the branches into position with the ever-trusty fire iron. Once I'm done, I set the fire iron against the mantel where it belongs. I didn't need it anymore. I recall the collection of weapons Lucius had stowed away in the underground and wonder if he can train me to wield one. Though I no longer need to safeguard myself against him, an unwanted guest will surely have me singing a different tune. As Lucius returns to my side, he's holding a flat frame of wood face down against his chest. He's wearing such a somber expression that I suspect he's brought me a mourning portrait. The frame is moderately sized, with a width that equals his shoulder and a height span of his collarbone to his navel. The wood is the same shade of blackthorn as his coffin, which in it itself makes me uneasy. Avalon, thank you for waiting. His eyes trail past me to stare at the massive ink stain. I knew he was gonna look at it. In a whirlwind of our unanticipated romance, I'd completely forgotten to clean it up. What did you do to my desk? Forgive me? I was looking for a rag to clean it up with, and then I heard you screaming, and, well, we both got a little distracted after that, I think. Oh my gosh. A rag. You were looking for a rag. Avalon, you spilled a tidal wave of ink on the desk and floor. No rag will be enough to clean it up. Yes, I suppose we'd want to use some lye soap to lift the stains. If we don't have any, hey, why don't I use the tunnels to procure some supplies from the nearest town? While I'm at it, I can even barter for some new instruments to entertain you with, new books for us to read. Lucius tears his attention away from the desk with visible effort. The desk is not that important. Clearly is important, Lucius, and I'm truly sorry and I want to make it up to you. He gives my shoulder an affectionate squeeze. You're good to me. You know, it's never occurred to me that a guest can come and go freely using the tunnels. No one has ever used it to come back. Well, then it's a good thing I'm here to think out loud for you. I coax Lucius to sit on his usual velvet chaise. As he slumps down beside me, firelight dances over the planes on his face. So what did you want to share with me? Lucius sighs. He runs his hand over his scalp, breaking eye contact. I haven't been able to stop thinking about the events that led to my exile. So long I believed it was unjust and that I was suffering an unfair fate. But ever since you found that scrap of parchment, no, ever since I met you, you've encouraged me to reflect upon myself, Avalon. I'm no longer certain of my... Funny that he should mention innocence. I really recently began questioning the very concept. But things don't always come to virtuous people, just as evil doesn't always get punished. When the world itself is unjust, one's sense of innocence is not enough to guarantee their safety and freedom. Gods, just look at what happened to Gillian, murdered in cold blood for trusting in the goodness of his fellow man. We are not pure, faultless beings, Lucius. When we are placed in positions of suffering, we often need to become worse to survive. It is not strange to become blemished when we fall. You said it yourself that no one is perfect. I know you might say that, which is why I need you to see what I've brought. I put the pieces of the portrait back together. The edges are frayed and some parts are still missing, but he turns the frame face up. Oh! Feel myself turn pale as the eyes of the portrait meet my own. The depicted woman looks as if she's made from ivory and rose leaves. Her arresting and impervious beauty, her very essence, masterfully captured in the seeping lines of charcoal and ink. All too well. I know those regal arched brows and the haunted slender shoulders. How could I ever forget? Ophelia. Why do you have a portrait of Ophelia? This portrait depicts Queen Hilgard, Edgehaven, ruling crown from more than 3 centuries past. She's gonna be a vampire and she's gonna be the reason he was turned. Lucius drops his gaze to the floor. Oh! She's my mother. Your mother? He told me he was a prince, but... Lucius, you were exiled by your own mother? Exiled and cursed at that. Do you need to sit down? I'm already sitting down. We both are. Why does your mother look so much like Ophelia? Can't be related by blood, can they? Study the features of the portrait more closely. Like sisters, they share an eerie resemblance. Same full lips, same apple curve of the cheekbones, same pert pointed nose. Slowly I noticed subtle differences. Ophelia loved to smile. Even when she was simpering or sly, she had a lively sense of joy that was contagious. Everyone around her. The queen in the portrait had an icy, judging stare and seemed to reverse roles with her viewer as she calculated where she placed them. Her head is tilted at a faint angle, and something about her dark eyes look half dead. While I doubt Ophelia is related, I also doubt the resemblances are a mere coincidence. In fact, I suspect every single queen over the past 3 centuries bears a resemblance to the woman in its portrait. Isn't it strange, Avalon, that we've had unspoken lines of cruel, corrupt crown who did little to better the lives of their people, even when they previously expressed an interest in breaking tradition? I'm gonna guess that she's, like, taking over their bodies or something. Surely they not all be so weak-willed they've bend to the demands of their court and the status quo. Isn't it strange that they're not allowed to be depicted in portraits or seen in public? That they're not even allowed to stay in touch with anyone they knew prior to their regency? Almost as if the very act of sitting on the throne compels them to behave in a unanimous way. Or perhaps the person on the throne never changes. What are you saying? I'll admit I'm not sure how to even start explaining my rationale. Start at the beginning, please. I'll try. As you're aware, I've been able to set foot outside this estate since the moment of my exile. That means I've never had a chance to encounter your Ophelia, but I can tell you that I know of Queen Hilgard. Avalon, how widespread is the practice of sorcery in the world outside? Sorcery, I had little personal experience with it, but I don't think it's prevalent. There are small sects of wizardry and alchemy in certain kingdoms, and some royal families keep court magicians, but that's all I know. Lucius, excuse me. Lucius nods. It was even less prevalent when I was a mortal man. magic was an elusive art form that few were equipped to pursue. Yet my mother, as I was told, she began practicing sorcery soon after I was born. She had severe complications when she was heavy with child and nearly did not survive. Fearing death close to death changed her and terrified her more than anything. I always wondered if that was the reason behind the cold demeanor that she'd had towards me. She harbored a grudge because my existence nearly killed her. She barely did. She barely deigned to speak to me, quick to hand me off to servants. My father, the king at the time, assured me that she simply needed to warm up to being a mother. I knew he was wrong when she adopted and doted over 2 young girls. As king and queen, my parents were under an extraordinary amount of pressure to produce continual heirs. Since the idea of giving birth upset my mother so deeply, they adopted Matilda and Artissima. In secret to appease their court, girls resembled them enough to pass as their real children. You did tell me you had sisters. Yes. I used to call them my mother's little pets. Secretly, I envied them. They inherited the throne after Queen Hilgard's reign, didn't they, Avalon? Tell me about your mother. Her contempt for me was more notable with Matilda and Artissima running amok. She was so protective of them, never allowing them to set foot beyond the palace gates, never allowing them to be seen by outsiders. I became prone to debauchery for a while, drinking to excess, streaking through the hedges, and sleeping with handmaidens who were far too old for me. Menace man, but all of these calls for attention were duly ignored, aside from an occasional slap to the wrist from my father. Hi, Toby. You came speeding up here for no reason. Oops. But all these calls for attention... Yeah. It never hurt. He was a thin, reedy man, so easily influenced to submit to the wills of others. Easily influenced? It sounds like you disliked him. No, I should say I never resented him, though I found it difficult to respect him. If he were not the ruler of the nation, such weakness and inertia may have been charming. Grown up to be very different than him then. I would hope so. He was far from an aspirational figure in mine. Now, where was I? You were talking about being prone to debauchery. Sorry. That's right, debauchery. Phase didn't last long. When I realized I'd continued to bereft the attention I desired, all that I had left was to focus on my studies. As an heir, there was much to keep me occupied. It was on my 20th birthday that one of the Queen Hilgard's spells went AWR. She buried an entire wing of the palace in noxious gas. Anyone who breathed it was in excess withered to a bone-dry corpse, as if all of the moisture had been drained from their flesh. Several members of our staff died where they stood, and several more had lifelong complications. Difficulty breathing, periodic convulsions. Colonel H of this. Gods, where were you all right? Lucius scoffs out a small chuckle. Kind of you to ask. I was nowhere near the wing. My celebrations took place in a great hall. I felt the tremor of the spell's impact even there. Matilda was fine as well, because she had snuck down to see me. But Queen Hilgard and Artissima suffered from after effects of the spell. Artissima had to have her hand amputated. Oh gods, and your mother? Queen Hilgard was bedridden for a long time. My father grew enough of a backbone to forbid the use of magic within the castle walls, and news of his decision devastated her. Back then, I had no idea what she was trying to accomplish. She never spoke to me, after all, though I noticed she'd accumulated a collection of tomes and talismans. I'd just begun sifting through her material, trying to make sense of what has happened when she called for me. Not for my sisters, for my father. Lucas exhaled a shaky breath, and I gave his knees a gentle squeeze. Forgive me, this is a difficult part of my past to relive. This is... Excuse me. This is where things went irrevocably wrong. I never should have agreed to see her. I should have shown her the same scorn she always showed me. She was your mother, Lucius. Even if she'd done something horrifying, I understand why you went to her. Still, if this is a difficult subject for you... No. I need you to know the role I play in this sordid affair, Avalon. How complicit I was in it. Lucius's eyes are racked with such a deep, departing trepidation that I find myself gripping a cushion in support. Complicit all those years ago. What could he possibly have done? Such a profound effect on him still. In that case, I'm listening. I'm not sure how this is linked to Ophelia, or if Lucius ever intended to redirect the conversation to my old friend, but the fact that Queen Hilgard adopted 2 girls who resembled her, something about that detail tugged at me. A snag of a fish hook on my mind. My sisters, oh how they sobbed at my mother's door, begged for entry. It was just Matilda at first, but Artissima joined in the minute she recovered from the amputation. My mother refused to see them, shunned them with the coldness I knew so well. I thought I would feel satisfied when I pushed past them into the chamber. It finally refused them and chosen me. I felt like I'd won something. But those wailing faces, shiny and stained with snot and tear, there was no satisfaction to be had. I only felt sorry for them. They were eager to idolize her. Yes, heartbreakingly so. My mother's bed was the size of a ship. She was propped up at its center, a snowdrift of pillows. I remember looking away from her, defiant, and observing her through the full-length mirror embedded on the wall. Her reflection looked, bright-eyed and pink-skinned, better than I'd seen her in recent memory, though her movements were sluggish as she beckoned me with wide arms and a drowsy smile. Then she held me close and cooed over my height. It felt more like being in the embrace of a distant aunt than a mother, but I cherished that thin guise of matron affection anyways. Tried to look impassive at her, confided in me. She talked at length about her deep-seated fear of death, her lonely toil of trying to overcome it. She dug under the pillows to produce a book, hideous thing that made my skin crawl. Its cover looked a little too much like it was sewn haphazardly using scraps of human flesh. She refused to let me take a closer look, but she haltingly informed me that she created part of her soul to create. It was an infernal grimoire. My mother, the queen, had become a full-blooded witch straight out of a fairy tale. She told me that the mist was a horrendous accident. She only intended to poodle her own bodily function to mean to achieve reality. Apparently, the spell was disrupted when Artemisia in at an inopportune time, causing an eruption in the wing. Though the power of the grimoire was great, she knew then that it was too dangerous and difficult to control. Said that she needed to look into other options. Lucius laughed rudely. I convinced myself that I had no other reason to doubt her. My own mother. Even then, her explanation made no sense, but I surmised that a half-curdled body was a reasonable cause for her bedridden state. She then asked me to assist with her overcoming the afflictions of death. Said that there was no one else that she could trust. No one else would be glad to share eternity with me when we discovered its secrets. What manner of son would I be if I said no, after she'd finally worked up the courage to bear the contents of her heart after all this time? Odd sequence of words clicked into my head. Words he screamed from the confines of his coffin. Did everything she asked. Did. I leapt at the chance to become her research assistant, her little pet. I lost sleep studying ancient day and night. I used every resource available to me, organized expeditions, hired treasure hunters and informants, all to comb through the furthest corners of the earth for the merest sight of eternal life. Queen Hilgard did her best, her part of the research. Her work had to be discreet. We began spending much of our time here because she was forbidden from practicing sorcery at the main palace. Lucius swung his arms in a slow arc to indicate our surroundings. Our summer estate. She used to call it our mother and son getaway, as if it were a vacation. Stare at him, see the chambers in a different light as I follow the gesture of his arms. It's strange to imagine the estate as anything other than my home. I try to picture Lucius, the woman in the portrait, working late at night, turning candles down to wax. Part of me is anxious to skip to the story's end, knowing Lucius' fate all too well. However, a much larger part of me needs to hear how it happened. I need to know what led to Lucius becoming a vampire, exiled in his own state. At last, efforts bore fruit. A wizened collector in curiosities told me a fragment of an ancient ritual, and she claimed it was one of the oldest forms of immortality. Although the full, precise method was lost, we were now graced with some of its steps. It was remarkable timing, too. My resources were depleting fast, and the court asked questions were becoming difficult to assuage. By that point, my mother had become more proficient in witchcraft. Though she mainly used it to keep her youth from fading, we were able to use practical knowledge and my investigative findings to reconstruct the ritual. I picked up on some basics of magic, well, not enough to instruct original not enough to construct original spells in the way she did, but enough to understand how theirs worked. It still took years of trial and error. My father and his court continued to ask their questions, but it was easier to appease them after I stopped draining the royal coffers. I remember Queen Hilgard being relieved by this. She always insisted she could not be linked to our work. I understand her concern. My father was such an unfavorable stance towards her, interest in magic. I certainly did not wish to see her strife in my parents' union. I was fine with lying on her behalf. When we were ready to undergo the ritual, my mother bade me to go first. I was so healthy and young compared to her, a frail and anxious old woman. I could say I hesitated to obey her. Everything she asked. The echo of words were sounding less like buzzing locusts and more like a death knell. I thought it was a success. My old scars healed over in an instant. My vision improved, and I dare say I looked a bit easier on the eyes. Yet it wasn't long before we noticed side effects. We had discovered one of the oldest forms of immortality, all right, but it caused us would make us themselves known. My teeth and fingers were evidently sharper. I could no longer step into broad daylight, and our other homes uninvited. My reflection was simply gone. I lacked the mindless bloodlust that typically accompanied my condition, but no longer being human was a wholly unexpected poorly of the ritual. We had recreated the dark gift of purest form Avalon, process that allowed the first vampire to roam in eternal darkness. However, in exchange, I had lost my privilege to walk among mortal men. Queen Hilgard was dissatisfied with the results of my transformation. Despite gaining the power and immortality she craved, in her eyes I was a failed experiment. He leaves a pained, bitter pause. Excuse me. She was cold to me again, and I hated it. I knew I'd disappointed her. I would have given anything to regain her affection. That infernal grimoire, she liked to keep it close. Couldn't be seen carrying such a foolish thing. Once she'd forced to leave it unattended, I seized the opportunity to leaf through its pages. I thought that it could still be useful, knowing that she'd been looking into other rituals, other methods of immortality. But the horrors in that wretched book, gods, the way she was planning to use all the materials and ingredients I gathered, sent me into a panic. She was going to take it too far. I wanted to dissuade her, to reason with her, but she was incensed. Incensed when she learned I'd touched her grimoire. She punished me. Gathered my most favored attendants, and them all slaughtered. Everyone who knew about my condition, everyone who would speak out on my behalf, they were put to death. And then she made me take the fall. My mother dumped the bodies in the wine cellars and bound me to that coffin amidst them. As I understand it, she said I'd killed them, wanted to call me a monster without a shred of remaining humanity, claiming she saved the kingdom from my reign of terror. I don't know what else she told my father, or what she specifically said to the court. When I emerged from my coffin, I was alone in an estate and surrounded by the corpses of people I held dear. And I drank from them. There was no saving them, but I feel disgusted with myself even now. Lucius had turned from me, so I could only see the silhouette glow of firelight. Corners on the contour of his cheek. I feel stranded, stuck processing the grievous enormity of his origin. The room seemed dimmer and colder as the minutes ticked on. I don't know what it's like to have a mother, but I know what it's like to crave somebody's approval. I can't say whether or not I would have made the same decision as Lucius, but being born of Queen Hilgard undeniably set him on a narrow trajectory. How could I possibly condemn him for that? There was nothing else you could have done, Lucius. Wasn't there? You blame yourself too severely. Your mother, Queen Hilgard. She led me into the darkness, yes. She took me and delved deep into the dark arts, but I bowed my head and I followed. She would not have such power now if I dared to defy her even once. What do you mean now? Lucius glances at me before scowling at the fire, his hands open and close in an uneasy rhythm around the picture frame. Lucius, tell me, help me to understand. Do you know how my parents died? Every orphan from Nightingale Gardens can recite the names and prominent facts of the royal family. Before I ran away, the matrons managed to drill the knowledge into my skull through the stingiest repetition, and occasionally via which across your palms. I hadn't thought of Illuvian history for a long time, but I can recall of its easy as my fonder memory. His Majesty King Frederick Elghaven died of an illness. His queen never died. She died of old age. Died of old age. Do you think such obsession with immortality can simply wither away of time? Because she found another way to stay alive, Avalon. I know it for a fact. The spells she's composed in her grimoire were horrific, compelling servitude, summoning demons, hexes, plagues. Of course, consuming the life essence of another person. So she lives on, whispering nefarious plots into the crown's ears like some evil vizier. I'm telling you that she sits on the throne still, Avalon. That spell, when concentrated on a single victim, it takes everything from them. It steals their energy, their youth, and even their face. Everything until the victim shrivels and collapses, lifeless, leaving only a thief in her new body. Memories rush back to in a flash. My performance before the Queen's court. I feel the bile rising in the back of my throat. No. I don't know. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. Queen Hilga meant to cast it on my sisters. Misfired due to the immensity and Grimoire's power. Scared her then, made her back off. Made her cold towards her daughters. Only then did she seek an alternative method through me, but I'm certain she would have kept that consumption spell in mind all the while. Poor Tissimo wasn't a suitable vessel, even after the second attempt years after my exile. Queen Hilgerd would have been more into the spare body Mathilda. But once Mathilda was spent, she would need another body, and another. Perhaps with a face that resembles hers. She was always very vain. Hey, what are you doing? No, I refuse to believe it. I stand and find myself reeling, dizzy from my abrupt change in attitude. Lucius reaches to steady me, but I shrug him off. Hi. I need my journal. Wait here. I dart out of the room, breathing hard and clasping my hand over my mouth as I try to keep a sensation of thickness filling out. Keep the journal underneath my pillow when I don't have it on hand. It doesn't take me long to retrieve it. My fingers are still trembling as I slam my journal before us. This! Ophelia sent me this journal a month after she left for the palace. Tell me, Lucius, would your queen wait that long to consume her? Yes. Consumption of life essence is a gruesome spell, but it is one of our simpler ones. After some refinement, Queen Hilgrid no longer needs a grimoire to cast it. Only requires an amount of the victim's hair as a conduit, be carefully collected over a period of time. Avalon, you confirmed it to me when you said it yourself. The woman on the throne was not your Ophelia. Though it would cause you pain, I didn't want to tell you, but I said I would rather be curious. I said I would rather know the truth. There's a throbbing, quivering ache behind my eyes. My thoughts are crushing together. It's difficult to string them into coherent words. Feeling skin feels increasingly numb. All I know for certain is that I have no tears left to shed. You know for certain until you met me. Like previous guests were either uneducated or thoroughly disinterested in politics. Many of them couldn't even read. The crown had been careful not to send anyone who would rouse my suspicion. She was careless when she met you. You were the only one who had known Eluvian queen prior to her reign. I've seen her before and after she took the throne. You know just enough Eluvian history to help me complete the dreadful puzzle. Avalon, will you tell me who the crown was after Queen Hilgerd? Queen Artissima Edgehaven. indeed. Did she ever marry? No, she died young and left the throne to her sister. That means Altissima had no children. What was the name of the sister who ruled after her? Mathilda. Queen Mathilda Edgehaven. She's the one who founded my orphanage. Yes, Nightingale Gardens. Named as such for her father's affinity for songbirds. Not that Mathilda would have spent enough time with our father to know such a thing. It must have made her very popular indeed when she declared the next crown would be chosen from there, keenly elevating commoners' ability. She endeared herself to her people by choosing an orphan girl as a successor, instead of numerous eligible candidates of dukes and counts. Orphan girls would continue to be chosen for as long as the next monarch upholds the custom. Mathilda didn't have any heirs either, did she? To have 3 queens in a row so adverse to childbirth. Strange pattern for a kingdom that once devoutly emphasized divine birthright. Lucius, and I expect all the queens after them remain childless and unmarried. Am I wrong? At first I thought I was disillusioned, but even considering the possibilities. I hope I'd had too much time to think and let my fancies get away from me. But when you told me about Ophelia's change demeanor, I am really sorry, Avalon. It brings me no joy to reveal the truth, but I knew it would be wrong to withhold it from you. So you're telling me that this century-old witch has been using my orphanage as some sort of body-snatching orchard where she can freely take her pick? All that bullshit about guaranteeing us a place in high society, all a front so that a queen could secure somebody who looked similar to herself? That Ophelia wasn't selected for her intelligence or for her virtues, so she could be sacrificed for a queen to wear her face? Too horrible to accept. My hands curled into trembling fists, my nails dig deeper, half-moons gouged into my palm. Hey, go bug your dad. Anger crackled through my bones as ridiculous as it was unbearable. My emotions are useless and fevered, like a bonfire caught under a downpour. The throbbing aches behind my eyes feels increasingly hollow. Ophelia dead then. She lived on only in my thoughts because that thing murdered her and took her place. I feel like the biggest fool in the lands. No, Avalon. Am I not? I spent so long feeling sorry for myself. Feeling so long missing her and crying like a child. All this time she was never alive to know it. What did she ever do to deserve such a fate? Why her? She gave me a long, painful look. We both know the reason. Neither of us wished to voice it aloud, as if it was senseless tragedy caused by a self-serving witch would hurt this way. I bit out a bitter, mirthless laugh, pressed my palms against my eyes. To think I'll never see her again. Not the real her, I corrected myself quietly. Avalon, look at me. Lucius set the portrait down, shifting to kneel before me and catch my gaze, but I can't even meet him halfway. My vision is swimming pitch black at the edges as I glare at the portrait with newfound hatred. It stares back at me with those dead eyes, dark and domineering. Wretched woman, this witch stole Ophelia from me. She stole the throne from her own son. If she isn't stopped, she'll go on to steal the futures of countless more girls. But what could I possibly do to stop her now? This humiliating powerlessness makes me realize why Lucius tore the drawing to shreds. I'm tempting to seize it and launch it right in the fireplace myself. I have helped her escape if I'd known the truth sooner? Or anything I could have done to save Ophelia? Does anyone know how much evil this woman has inflicted on her own kingdom aside from the vampire prince she's forsaken? Toby is like walking around by the microphone, so I'm sorry if it cuts in and out. Lucius gingerly takes my hands, but I'm too numb to reciprocate. The artist took great pain to draw attention to the loathsome face. Did Gillian know how vile of a captured on parchment rendered her likeness? He knew she was my mother and that she was the one who banished me, but he knew you are the only one I've trusted. And he trails off, perhaps second-guessing his decision to confide in me. Part of me wants to smile with him, though it will waver, soothe him even though my voice will crack, still unable to tear my eyes from the portrait. The delicate lace trim of the dress, gemstone of the queen's crown have been smudged, but her pendant was carefully carved into the parchment, dark to closer. Hadn't I noticed it before? Keep safe. But this symbol, Lucius, what is the meaning of this symbol? I reach for the portrait and then think better of it and flip open my songwriting journal for him. There on the first page beneath the leather-bound cover is a red ink design. Matches its sparkle counterpart, a jeweled pendant crested by a knot, half a wreath of thorns. What? Lucius lurches as if he wants to stand, but bends back down to study my journal with increasing agitation. It can't be. Ow!
Get out.
His eyes are wide and darting as he looked at me, somewhere between pleading and thoroughly rattled. Avalon, can I take a closer look? Throat clenches tight as instinctive apprehension. Never allowed anyone to look at my journal. Touching it has been completely out of the question. But I need to know the truth. I want to trust Lucius to find it. After all these years of keeping the journal safe and keeping myself safe, I wonder if I've been waiting for a reckoning. Very moment. With wordless reluctance, I place the book in his waiting hand. Lucius immediately stands and, holding it with uneasy reverence, he turns the page hastily by the second. Why do you even have this? How long? You've written all over the damn thing. He tangles his fingers through his hairline, leaving frayed, frazzled strands in his wake as he flips back to the inside cover. His Lucius's face is me with a mystified scowl. It's the symbol of her pack. Feel the queen made when she sacrificed part of her soul to augment mystical powers. Make this. Shuts the book and holds it, shaking it with grave emphasis. Her infernal grimoire. But the cover is different. Why is this cover different? What happened to it? And you took it everywhere, Avalon, through mud and prison cells, traveling tavern brawls. Balls in heaven, you've had it with you when you performed before my mother. What? Wait, what? Slow down. It'd be the same grimoire. It was completely blank other than Ophelia's note to keep it safe. Or to keep myself safe. I was never quite sure which. Lucius humors me by re-examining the inside cover of the book. After a moment, he scoffs out loud. He begins to laugh, deflating beside me on the velvet chair. He laughs and laughs. His sagged shoulders quake with bone-weary hysteria. Your fates are terribly fickle, aren't they? Went wrong about her after all, Ophelia. Avalon. Your Ophelia was as sharp as a knife, and it seems she did her part in Alluvia's feud. Did? Lucius taps the book a few times with his palm, as if he's reluctant to part with it. Billy doesn't take longer than a heartbeat to hand. This is all you have to remember her by. That right? You should hang on to this book. You've been marvelous at caring for it thus far. There's no reason to stop now. Small, confused pang in my chest as I accept it from him. I leaf through the pages, marveling at what secrets they must hold. For the seal steals food. First she steals food from an oak. Then she steals a grimoire from a witch. Sounds par for the course, wouldn't you say? Mother must have been furious. I linger on the inside cover once more. As I bore down at the words, little benign words, Lucius drags his forefinger along the inside seam. See this? Thread is exposed and loose here. Color doesn't match the rest of the book. Ophelia must have waited for the queen to leave the grimoire unattended, like I did. She replaced its cover to hide our swapping route for as long as possible. Even if the queen sent her entire army to search for the grimoire, they would not know what they are looking for. They would not know its new appearance. Be that as it may, why in the heavens would Ophelia go through the trouble of stealing and sending it to me? If she discovered the queen's scheme, why didn't she flee the palace to save herself? Much better than I did, Avalon. But let's say she did successfully escape, despite the queen's best efforts to hunt her down and detain her. What do you think would happen afterwards? Mother is relentless. If so, she would have found another girl. Someone else would have suffered in Ophelia's place. Why would your Ophelia have allowed that to transpire? Another pang ripples through my chest. Choking noises me as I part my lips to speak. Lucius reaches out to hold my hand, grounding me with a sympathetic grip. A faint thought crosses my mind like a whisper, that he of all people knows what it's like to lose loved. I unfurl my fingers just enough to gently squeeze back. Ophelia liked to inconvenience the others sometimes, but she would never wanted to actually cause any harm. She would have done everything in her power to avoid it. I suspected as much. Beneath her veneer is such a cunning little scoundrel, I believe you said she was. Perhaps this prompted her to send the grimoire to the only orphan, Lluvia, who both despised the Nightingale Gardens and was fiercely protective of her belongings. So protective, in fact, that she'd refused to trade her loot to a vampire in exchange for freedom. I think Ophelia trusted that you'd resist those powers. Avalon. Lips quivered. I look away from him in haste, and mercifully he no longer pleads with contact. After all these years of carting around this wretched book, carrying out the commands of those 2 hastily scrawled words was rarely gratifying. But it always felt so stupidly important. Now Lucius is telling me that maybe it wasn't as stupid as I thought. I don't know if his speculations are true, but his logic has a sense of significance and faith. I have to admit, it's appealing to hear. If the reality of what happened aligns with what he believes, there's a reason she didn't destroy it, isn't there? This grimoire, I mean. You don't know. How would I know such a thing? I'm not the witch's research assistant. My tone is snappier than I intended. Forgive me. Magic is not uncommon, but I thought precautions against magic were fairly rudimentary. I truly mean no offense. I forgive you. I'm sorry too. I meant to tease you, but it didn't land. His lips quirk into a half-hearted grin. Excuse me. Our banter is short-lived normalcy. He can tell that I'm still hurting. Destroying a grimoire releases the power contained within. Queen's soul will be restored, and she will be free to create a second grimoire. When I was immortal, we refrained from destroying books for this very reason. One never knows if an infernal pact is sealed in its passages. Keeping grimoires far away from their wielders is the best way to cut down their powers. And you, Avalon, you performed that task splendidly. Ophelia would be so proud of you. Exhale a sharp, shuddered breath that grazes the inside of my chest like a wreath of thorns. This is my cue to break down into impassioned sobs. I think, mourning every memory and lost moment I failed to trust Ophelia was alive. Although I pictured myself at this state of breaking beautifully, my tear ducts remain relentless, shamefully dry, and my mind is once more abuzz with growing noise. Can we use this, Lucius? This grimoire, is there anything in here that can restore my friend? Lucius's eyes crinkle with inward anguish, but he doesn't look away. He meets my wavering gaze with steely resolve. Queen Hilgard was interested in only prolonging her life, not cheating in death. She never worked on such spells to my knowledge, and I myself only studied it in passing. Last I heard, necromancy is a ghastly, unrewarding art form. Restore one's body, but a spirit once departed is lost for good. See, well, I suppose Ophelia wouldn't have wanted to come back anyways, not if it meant losing an integral part of who she was. That's what I needed to tell myself if I was to move on. What would be the point of reanimating a corpse if it didn't have her in it? Only way I already mourned her the day she left the orphanage. Perhaps some part of me never stopped. Still, it's crushing to accept that this is the loss is a permanent one. Lucius watches me for a while, shoulders slumped. Avalon, if I may offer a rather more selfish suggestion. There are other spells we may use to our benefits. Lucius hesitates before carefully correcting himself. My benefit. Even now, he's exercising restraint, folding his arms against his chest with humility when he embraces me with passion not long ago. It reminds me of how he kept his distance at the start of my stay, and in alarming deduction, I realize that he's holding himself back out of consideration for me. Both then and now, he wanted me to feel safe enough to say no. I was afraid he would hurt me when I first met him, my bias formed by the outside world, ensuring I would fear him when I met him. I was so afraid that he would hurt me that I felt a little desire to understand him. Yet now that I know him, I'm beginning to suspect that my feelings for him border on violent adoration. No better antidote to fear than that. My heart remains heavy. I expect it will remain so for some time, but somehow, at the same time, it is full to bursting as I lean close to him. I can feel his lashes against my brow as our foreheads softly mirror. Avalon, my feelings towards you are unchanging, Lucas. I care for you still. Thank you for sharing everything with me. I can't imagine how hard it must have been to make that decision. Why do you look so surprised? Never upset with you, you know. You weren't the one who killed those girls. You didn't kill Ophelia, but I... He trailed off when I wrinkled my nose at him, probably because he knows how viciously I would argue with him if he tries to win, if he tries to list any self-accusatory crimes. You have unique talent in making me reconsider whatever I'm about to say. You even rendered me... Huh. Sounds like I was right. Allow me to settle this with saying this, Avalon. I do not wish to ask anything of you. I love you, but I know you will grieve. I will have plenty of time to do so after you tell me how we can use it to your benefit. Very well. If I remember correctly, this grimoire contains the spell that was used to bind me to the coffin. Is that so? So you can benefit from binding me to keep you company in a cursed coffin companion? The voice is a little bit less teasing than expected, but Lucius doesn't take the hint, looking horrified. No, Avalon, don't be foolish. Absolutely not. Never wish that fate on you. I am saying that I may be able to break the curse if I study how it works. You can do that? I believe so. I have no talent for devising my own spells, but reversing one is far simpler than casting one. Lucius, that would be incredible. That means no more claustrophobic night terrors, no more pained grimaces. What else? My thoughts race and tangle with possibilities, but they are all arriving at a single resounding conclusion. Lucius, you'd be able to leave the estate, wouldn't you? We could leave together. Tunnels would be a daunting venture, but yes, if this works, I would no longer be bound to the estate. I could accompany you if you'd still want me. Of course I would. I paused for a moment, collecting my thoughts, my grip firm on the journal. What about... I gesture at him, uncertain. With a pained smile, he shakes his head. No, not even my mother could reverse it, and strange as it may sound, I don't think I would wish to not be a vampire anymore. It's been a part of who I am for so long. If I lost this, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to be myself anymore. Gently, I put my hand on his and squeeze. I understand. I understand you the way you are. Sorry for asking. No need to apologize, Avalon. Your curiosity was legitimate, and I know you meant well. And so This time, he's the one stopping me from saying nonsense by pressing his lips against mine. Overwhelmed by a lot of conflicting emotion, I close my eyes to deepen the kiss. Everything is still a little bit fuzzy in my head. The Queen, Ophelia, the spellbook. At least I found comfort in being with Lucius. My hands slide through his hair, clutching it between my fingers. Keep him from moving away from me. No matter what lies ahead, at least we'll be together. It'll be the end? Breaking the spell was no small task. I wasn't much help, and Lucius's memory was distant and fragmented, but with time and patience we managed to decipher all the spells in the book until we found the right one. Part of me was unwilling to trust anything from that cursed grimoire, but I could sense how eager Lucius was to attempt it. Despite my reservations, I couldn't keep him waiting. Every night his cries reminded me of what was at stake. Whatever happened could not be worse than what he was already enduring. My fears were baseless. After an exhausting ceremony that required far too much blood for my liking, Lucius was released. His curse lifted, his coffin burst into flames, leaving only a pile of ash behind as a remainder of his lost suffering. Although he knew that nothing kept him in the old prison anymore, it took him several days to attempt walking through the tunnel. The water still distressed him, and only my presence at his side gave him the strength to venture out under the moat. Hand in hand, both of us now free to travel, I took him to the neighboring kingdoms. It was my greatest joy to show him the most astonishing wonders I'd seen in the vast landscapes that he had missed for so many years. I wasn't afraid when Lucius punctured my flesh and drank deeply from me. I knew what I wanted, and I wouldn't be denied. I would have eternity by his side, even if it cost me the sun itself. My transformation was a gradual one. My skin slowly turned much paler than his, as my heartbeat grew fainter and my hunger grew stronger. My fangs were by far the most uncomfortable change, and I wept as they pushed and strained through my gums. However, after they had fully grown, I found them quite fetching. Living at night did not trouble me at all. Night was the time when bards shone the brightest. No, the hardest trial of it all was dealing with the bloodlust that had taken a hold of me. In spite of my strength of character, it was agony to resist. Every time I came across a human being, I could feel their heart beating. I could barely keep myself in check. Fortunately, Lucius was by my side through all of it, taking care of me patiently, firmly. He kept me from things I would forever regret, and when the bloodlust grew strong, he accompanied me to my deserted forest. We lived there for several months. away from the temptation. Every time he held me in his arms, whispering soothing words, I couldn't help my floating tears. I wasn't sobbing on my own account. Every time I could only think of what he had to endure all by himself alone. It was then, during days away from civilization, that I swore to myself that I would never leave him alone. Eternity was much too frightening to face on one's own. In time, I managed to get that other part of me under control, and we were able to resume our travels. The journey took us to places more remote and more dangerous. We never started fights ourselves, but a few pirates and bandits paid the price of underestimating. Nothing could stand in our way except for the sun, but I cherished every moment of daytime that I spent at Lucian's side in quiet and dark peace. Our bliss was complete except for the time of news the news of Queen Hilgrid had reached us. Every time we heard her name, shivers overtook my body. In those moments, desire for revenge obscured everything else, and we planned and we plotted. With my newfound powers, I felt invincible. Between the two of us, we could surely defeat a witch deprived of her magical arm. And yet, the risk of defeating still existed. And so every time, I ended up changing my mind. For one, I was not ready to look at the usurper in Ophelia's body. More importantly, I knew that this was not what Ophelia would have wanted. She would have wanted me to enjoy every minute of this life that Lucius and I had earned, and would it be heartbroken to see it consumed by rage. I could not let it come to that. No, our lives would be consumed by love instead, a powerful love worthy of my most ballads, love deep and true, an eternal love. Freedom End, Vampire, fuck yeah. I think there's like 6 or something endings, maybe 9 endings. That was super good. I really enjoyed that. This was a lot of fun. I love the art in the background, like these landscapes, and then the 2 characters. I loved it. It had a very, very interesting, like, premise for it, and I'm very excited to play it. Probably play it on my own time. I don't know if I'll stream it again, but just to get the other endings, I think it'll be really nifty. But this was really good. I really, really liked the plot of this one. This one was a lot of fun. It was just so good. I really do like this one. For a free, like, free indie game, highly, highly recommend. And you just get to make your choices and you what happens. This one was so freaking cute. I really enjoyed this. I wanted to get the thing for don't skip the credits. Imperial game. But that was really good. Oh my gosh, I loved that. That was a lot of fun. So thank you everybody for joining me tonight. That is going to be the end for today. Maybe if my game wants to close. Again, thank you everybody for joining me today. I hope you had a ton of fun. I hope that you enjoyed that story. It was so pretty. Have a wonderful evening. I will be back on Tuesday. I think I'm planning on playing Spyro. And then on Friday of next week, later I don't know why those got scooted up so far. Back to your spot. Also, I don't think I have that turned on properly, so it may or may not. Grabbing that one. Grab that one. This one. That over there real quick. Oh, is that? I'm gonna move this guy back up. I think I just have this big boy down. Edge. Now I'm just messing with stuff, and I will be ending very, very shortly. But again, thank you everybody for joining me today. I hope you've been having a wonderful, wonderful evening. Those fun game. Enjoyed it immense. Like this was such a cute game. Wonderful for a free game. I highly, highly recommend it. I hope that you guys all enjoyed it. I will be back next week on Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. And I think I will be starting Spyro 3 on Tuesday. It's going to be pretty great. I hope you guys all enjoy, and I will see you all next time. Have a good one, everyone. Have a great evening. Bye, everybody.